seems a little loud, don't it? One second. How's it going, y'all? Yeah, let me take that down a notch. Oh, hang on. You know what I should do? I should just do this. There we go. Set that to headphone, whatever that means. And maybe that sounds a little better. Hey, y'all. It's Thursday. As you might remember, I'll move this camera over here. As you might remember, originally I was thinking this stream would be on, would actually be on Tuesday, but Tuesday night I was just dead exhausted. Ended up going to sleep around 6, and well, I was planning on getting up at like 8 or something to set up a stream, but instead I said, yeah, I just want to sleep, and I kept on sleeping until long past 3 o'clock, and you know, that was that. Feel like that was the right decision. You know, it's I've been working on some other stuff recently for the channel and for whatever other, you know, work and all. So, you know, taking it a little easy and skipping that Tuesday stream I added in probably irresponsibly. It's probably the right call, I think. Today, though, we are finally doing the stream. We got Metroid Fusion Randomizer here. Actually, the tracker to make it a little. There we go. That looks pretty good. Pretty good to y'all? Yeah, I think that looks pretty good. We got Metroid Fusion. I can't leave well enough alone, can I? There we go. That's a little better as far as like up and down goes. Okay, we got Metroid Fusion Randomizer here. I'm gonna go through a couple of things up top before we dive in and check out Metroid Fusion Randomizer, which, by the way, sounds pretty cool. You know, it's a trying to get this set up where I don't have to worry about actually clicking stuff. Yeah, I'm just gonna put this here. Whatever. This is good. Metroid Fusion Randomizer seems pretty promising. You know, just on the basic idea of taking Metroid Fusion, which is a game that, you know, is great. I love it, but has a lot of like plot and linearity, just sort of stringing you along, taking you from one place to the next. Taking that and making it non-linear seems like a fantastic idea. Seems super fun, and I'm really looking forward to digging in and seeing where it takes us. We could be going into sector whatever, you know, sooner than you typically do. You know, rather than going into sector 1, doing all the sector 1 stuff, we could be going anywhere within reason. I think we still have to open doors before we can get to out of the outer sectors, but hey, the world's our oyster here in a way that it is not in the base game. Let me start off with a few cards. First off, I mentioned this the other day, but I have a YouTube channel now. Been setting that all up. I do it myself. Exclamation point YouTube. There's a link to that, the YouTube channel. I'm currently still going through all the older VODs that I have on hand, highlighted streams, as well as any that have not expired that I managed to save. Unfortunately, like, most of my streams have been lost to time, you know, before like early July. So, you know, a lot of those never see the light of day again, but everything that I do have is going up sooner rather than later. I've been working on getting that looking up, getting that all set up and looking nice and good. The second thing is I got a new Neo grip for my new OLED switch. Let me show you this. This is great. This is a grip. It adds it goes onto the switch, and it adds you know, the handles to it. So you can see, you might be able to tell it's like blue and blue and lime green, which matches the Splatoon switch that I have. So you can see when I put it in, it matches. Very nice. That reads. Looks quite nice, and is quite convenient to have. Also, the back does not block the kickstand, which is nice. It's weird because it can't really stand with the very well with the handles on it. I'm not sure what exactly utility it has. It also has some different handles. So you see these ones are just like regular like controller, regular controller shaped. Hey Shag, how's it going? I also got these ones that are like let me see if I can close. They sort of have a weird like nook to them for like the fingers. Seem pretty cool. You're going well. You're up in Glower with the charity stream stuff. How are you? Doing all right. Was kind of sleepy earlier. I've been sleeping around after work recently, which is why there was no Tuesday stream. But I got up after a couple hours of sleep today. You know, a little more of a nap than an actual sleep. Ready to go and ready to get going on Metroid Fusion. Been really looking forward to checking this out. And you can see you can snap in the different handles onto this grip, and seems really nice. I'm looking forward to playing some Switch games on the couch with the comfort of having the handles. You know, since I got the new OLED Switch, my old Joy-Con, my old grip didn't fit anymore, so I had to get a new one. And I was lucky to find one that actually matches my new Switch, the Joy-Con colors. Just rad. I'm gonna put this down. Snap this out. The way you do it is you take this guy off, and you can raise it up like this. There you go. I know this is technically the kind where you can leave it in the dock, or you can leave the thing on when you put it into the dock, but the handles kind of get in the way of the wires that come out the Switch dock, so it doesn't really work that well. I'd rather take it off every time. Last order of business here before we start into Fusion. I got fancier thumbnails. I've been working. As I mentioned before, I've been working on a YouTube channel. And for the first time ever, I've made thumbnails for my videos that are like fancy and YouTube style. Let me show off some of those. Started off with these ones, which were older videos I did. Basically, one level of the lightning round that I put together and called A Taste of Lightning on Twitch. They were highlights, you see. They didn't exactly take off, so I didn't make a lot of them, but the 3 that I made back in January, they all went up on YouTube, and each of them received 1 like. So that feels pretty good. Someone liked them, someone watched them, and someone liked them. I feel like I'm easy as far as like these YouTube odds go, right? If I see 1 like come in, I'm like, oh shit, look at that, a like. I got a like. You know, it's It's not, I know it's not very high, like, not very, like, it's not asking for much, but, like, just the novelty of be like, ooh, someone liked it. That's getting me going. Like, if I'm tweeting, right, someone likes my tweets, I'm at the point where, like, one like is good enough for me, you know? Every like, it's like, oh, hey, that doesn't usually happen. It's nice. Ended up, after that, making more of those. So first off, you got these ones, these three. Then I ended up starting to make thumbnails for my other streams, basically just taking a screenshot from the stream, trying to pick a good one that is like well framed, and then just adding the text to explain what's in it. That turns out is pretty important because people mainly look at the thumbnail, I think, for what's in the stream, not necessarily the name of it. And you know, if I'm able to explain my high concept in the thumbnail, people might check it out, I figure. Which, hey, you know, we'll see. I do think that this shit, some of these streams have really good ideas, so it's pretty good. Let me show off the rest of them here. So I did one for each of them. I love that one with Diddy going like bugging for the camera. That was a perfect one. I try in all these so far anyway to not obscure like the main character or whatever with the text. I don't know, that seems like a good idea. I also put some shadows behind the letters so that they stand out, which I have a whole process for now. Third one, that one's alright. Maybe it doesn't really pop as much as the other three, but whatever. I was having trouble finding a good one for that. For other streams, I ended up doing something. So first of all, I have the channel introduction one. I put some words on top of that, which went up before any of these thumbnails came along. But also for streams with multiple games in them, I've decided on the format of using the rocket lines that I have to divide up the thumbnail and try to get in like you know, different parts of the thing for each game. For these first couple, went with very diagonal lines, similar to, you know, the rockets that play during the starting soon and also the break screen. Also, there's that one, which is the earlier one. The earliest stream I have, this one from December, was one of the first ones that actually have gone up. I've been putting them up in chronological order, you see. Again, here's another one, the May All Day stream. Again, the rockets are diagonal, but in a couple here, they'll be going less diagonal, more vertical. So here was the big birthday stream, AKC2, Sunshine, and Mario Party. And finally here, with this one, the rockets are now more vertical, and that's how they'll be going forward. That just makes it easier to frame, like, especially like N64 games that aren't 16:9 to begin with. It's easier to fit everything into the chunk of the thing like that. This was a good high concept stream too. Basically, I did a watch over of Xbox and Bethesda from last summer, and then I did a bingo during that, and then the results of the bingo informed the Paper Mario Randomizer that was subsequent to it. Very cool. Just that one's just simple. Just took a screenshot and added some words. And this divide here will be how a lot of streams go, where I've taken, you know, if I'm doing like Mario Maker and some other game, like two things, just split down the middle, left side Mario Maker, right side the thing. This by the way was the big kickoff from a couple months ago, and it was too long to fit into one VOD, so it ended up two, with one VOD having the two Mario Maker and Odyssey. Other VOD having Infinite Factory, TTYD, Full Storm, Rare Replay, and Hollow Knight. I think that's pretty much all there is. Oh, there's one more, actually. That being the big red, white, and blue stream. That one's alright. Maybe could have done a little hotter on that, but I think the idea maybe comes through. You know, each game representing a different color. And that's all I have so far. I've now gotten to the point where I am in the thumbnails. I've gotten to the point where the VODs now are not the random big streams that I highlighted and saved, but instead every stream henceforward, you know, from like early June, I managed to save and will be still around. Anyway, that's what's going on with the YouTube channel. Exclamation point YouTube if you want to see that, if you want to watch any of those VODs. Of course, many of them are still on Twitch itself, but, you know, hey, maybe they'll all find a new audience over on Twitch or over on YouTube. I don't know. Anyway, that's enough preamble. It's time now to play a little Metroid Fusion. Now, I haven't played this randomizer before, but I have played Metroid Fusion before. Find missiles, charge beam, plasma beam, and release level 4 locks, and then go to operations deck and face the SS. Yeah, it's good. Okay, so we gotta find, I guess, end goal, we need to find like all the most important items, and then we can go to the place and fight the guy. And finish the game. Okay, I think that's manageable enough. How's the volume? Does it sound good compared to what I am at? Okay. Okay, so we got the controls, feel good. Let's go. So Metroid Fusion, I mentioned before, obviously, is a very constrained game. You know, a lot of the time you're being led around by the nose by Adam, basically telling you like, okay, go here, then go here, then go here, and a lot of times the only place you can go is the next place on your agenda. How do you set up a randomizer? Is it just something you load in when emulating a game? For a lot of randomizers, that is the case on some randomizers where it'll be like some sort. I think it'll be some sort of like GameCube type code that you enter in, or like not like GameCube style code, like some sort of script that is played by the emulator in addition to the game. Like, I think that is the case on, like, GameCube emulators. But in the case of, like, N64 or Game Boy emulators, like I'm playing now, oftentimes what'll happen is that you will have some sort of tool or a website that takes a ROM of the game, you know, a backup of the game, you know, presumably of a legal copy. I do have a copy of Metroid Fusion, by the way. It's in a box. It's fine, don't worry about it. You take your copy, you upload it to the site, or use a tool locally, and after putting in whatever configuration you need, it'll spit out a randomized, like, patched version of it. So basically, it's like a one-off ROM hack that is, like, specifically generated by the site or the tool to be randomized in such a way. There are also other randomizers. This is how the randomizers that I've used worked. I know that there are also randomizers that are randomized based on the file name, wherein you would just have a single randomizer ROM or whatever, and any randomization would just be based on whatever you put in the file name. Either way, you know, once you do it, everything is all over the place, and, you know, you have to find it and do the thing. Probably depends on the game, I suppose. like how randomized it is and how much it's configured. Over there. So, by the way, in this game there are several options. By the way, hello Simply Bagel. Nice to see you. Nice to meet you. There are a lot of options in this here randomizer. As far as like you can randomize like how you can randomize like the elevators going down to the sectors. You can randomize those. You can also make it so that all pickups are randomized. So random missile tanks, random energy tanks, all those are randomized. Or you can make it just so that the major item collection points are randomly done. I have done it so that everything is random, include random pickups, random everything. I just thought that sounded more fun to me. You can of course configure it any way you like. We are not doing random sectors today. Well, I don't need to talk to you. No. Another thing that's fun about this randomizer is you don't have to talk to Adam so much. Let's see. We got missiles. Let's see, so we got 10, right? That's good. You love Metroid games and always curious about trying to do a randomizer run. Yeah, randomizers. This one, I've tried this one in particular, but I really love randomizers. I've played a bunch of them recently, including the Paper Mario randomizer. Gotten way into that, and also the very recent Donkey Kong 64 randomizer. Both are very fun to go through, repeatedly, and really mix up the game and how it proceeds. And I'd say particularly in the case of DK64, it takes a game that is kind of mixed. Morph Ball! Which one's the Morph Ball? Is this one the Morph Ball? I think that one's the Morph Ball. It takes a game that is somewhat mixed, and makes it, I think, a little more interesting, and a little more sound. Especially with like quality of life things such as being able to switch Kongs by just hitting buttons on the D-pad. That sort of thing makes it a lot more pleasant than the original game where you always had to backtrack and get a Kong barrel to do any of that. Keep saving. So far, what we gotten is pretty normal. Just the Morph Ball and the like missiles. I guess since you do need the Morph Ball to get into the sectors, it's gotta be in the opening area. These sort of games, they have logic that dictates like where items should be, because you gotta be able to finish it without using glitches, basically. Let's fight this boss, the armadillo guy. Like an armadillo. Okay, that's some sort of item. What is it? Bomb data. Perfect. That's the bomb right there. Okay. Wonder what we're gonna get from the boss. We've already gotten most of the goodies that are like that you would get in this area. So I bet that. Oh wow, the audio is a little high on this boss. 1 second, let me turn to just a scotch. How about yay? Try to make it a nice even number. Do -7. How's that? That better? I'm really low, but Right. This guy's giving me energy and shit, so fine. Perfect. Wonderful. Let's see what we get. An energy tank. That's not normal. Looking on the energy tank. Hell yeah. I guess also you need a morph ball to get out of that boss fight, so you do need to have one before you get to that point. Wonder how that works. Like, is it... Do you have to have a morph ball to get into that arena in the first place? I guess. I guess that must be the case, otherwise you could get softlocks. Alright, let's go. Done, the first bit. First boss. I'll head over to the actual sectors. Nice. Obviously, in general, the Metroid games are famously very good for randomizers. You know, Super Metroid Randomizer, probably one of the... I actually don't know if it's one of the first, but one of the more popular randomizers. I personally like Metroid Fusion. Metroid Zero Mission was always my jam. Don't want to go in there. It was always more my jam, so, you know, seeing that this existed and realizing, like, oh shit, Space Jump? Which one is Space Jump? Which one is the Space Jump? Space Jump. Is this one the Space Jump? Hang on, let me Google Space Jump. Try to figure out which one is which. Space Jump. Metroid. I just need to know the icon. Just need to know which icon it is. Oh, it's the one with the ears. It's this one. The ball with the two things. That's the one. Is there a chance the randomizer can make progress impossible, since something like Fusion is more of a linear game compared to other Metroids? If you aren't careful about how you make your randomizer, that could happen. However, most randomizers, at least most reputable ones, have some degree of logic that set it up so that you should be able to get through no matter what happens. Yeah, look at that. We can space jump now. And whatever you get will give you a way forward and a way to find the next item. Now, it could be that we get to a point and we have trouble going forward because we're not like thinking of the place where the power-up is. You know, maybe we'll miss like maybe we might miss like a random collectible along the way, which, you know, collectibles are marked on the map, so we should probably be very diligent about that. Okay, so we need the speed boost to get there. It depends on the randomizer. Like, one randomizer I was kind of interested in was Zelda Majora's Mask, but unfortunately I heard that at least the randomizers that I was looking at didn't have that sort of logic. Oh, I guess I did randomize the sectors, because Sector 4 is the one that's over there, and Sector 2 is the one over here. Which one should we go in through first? I thought I didn't, but I guess I did randomize the sectors. Let's go into Sector 4. What the fuck, right? That's fun. Aqua. Some of these later sectors might have the, like, key doors for, like, you know, like green or blue or whatever. And I think I do have it set up so that if I unlock a later key door, it will, if I unlock a later key door, it will unlock all the key doors that are below it. So, you know, if we can get one of those key doors unlocked now, we can open a lot of places. Which, it's funny, it's not... Looking over at the tracker, I realize I don't think the key doors are tracked over here. No, none of these are the key doors, huh? Wait, this is the zero... This is the wrong tracker, isn't it? This is zero mission. Shit. That's... Oh my god. I was wondering why it was weird, but then I honestly didn't think about it. Let me, I gotta go find the right package, don't I? And also, my fancy setup was all for naught. I should have... 1 second, I'm gonna go to the computer and we're gonna fix that. As you might have noticed, I'm a couch streamer typically, but when I need to do something computery, I need to go over here. This is cool. Have fun. I'm gonna go to bed. You have a good night, Simply Bagel. It's good to meet you. Hopefully you have a good sleep. I've been sleeping a lot. Good night, Bagel. By the way, for those who are new, wondering, here is my schedule. Oh, I didn't update that to say that the Metroid Fusion was delayed. I was originally going to do this on Tuesday, but then I got very sleepy and decided to not do it on Tuesday. Let me modify that real fast. There we go. Fusion Randomizer this week. So I'll be back. You know, I'm usually Mondays, Thursdays, and Fridays. And I'll be back tomorrow around 6 p.m. with Mario Maker review levels. I'm also doing GTA 4, GTA 5 as the game after Mario Maker on Mondays. And, you know, slip in the occasional other stream when it makes sense. Let me find an actual tracker for the game that I am playing. Let's see. How do I find... Okay, Fusion. Okay, here we go. Fusion item tracker. Install. And let me switch to it. Split lock levels. Okay. There we go. And let me just... get rid of these. Uncrop this. And, not that much. And make it a little bigger. A little lower, maybe. That's pretty good. Could be a little lot larger, but whatever. We'll just add a little more below and above. I'll put that like there. And move this down like yay. That looks good. Okay. Got that covered. Let me go ahead and mark off what we got. We got this guy, the space jump. We got the bombs. We got energy tank, 2 of them. We got missiles. We got this guy finished. We got, let's see. Oh, that's power bombs. We got regular bombs. Let's see. Wait, what is that one? We got the missile data. I guess this is missile data. Is that bombs? No, that's not bombs. Power bomb data? Yeah, this is power bomb. This is power bomb. This you hit this one, you get the power bomb. This one, you get actual like power bomb expansions. Okay. I still don't know what this is, but I think now we're on the right track. And also, yes, there are these doors. I think actually, hang on, let me. I'm gonna leave the doors separate. I think that's more fun, even if we do collect them all at once. So we could technically use the other tracker. Feel like that tracker might be a little more compact. I kind of like it taking a little more space and having a little more stuff. Okay, back to the couch. Let's do it. All right. What's this? This is that block, yeah. Speed boost. Bomb block? This is bombs. E. With this, I can get up here. Well, I guess you could always get up there. Actually. Ah! No! No! Do not fall into the lava. Do not fall into the water there. Very important. I feel like with the randomizers I've played, I've never had to particularly worry about dying. You know? Like, Paper Mario Randomizer, you can die. But I have set it up pretty casually where it's pretty hard to die. Pretty casual. My settings tend to be very generous, and I like to play with, you know, with power pluses and a lot of health. Not have to really worry too much about, you know, the difficult parts of that game. And it's more about just running around the game and getting all the items. I'd speak of the devil. I saved, right? Fuck. I have not saved in a bit. Fuck am I? Okay, we've learned to save pretty fucking often. This is before bombs even. Wow, fuck. Yeah, okay, shit. Okay. Lesson learned. Every save we run by, we absolutely jump in and do that shit. Because it really is bad if you die. Lesson learned. Lesson learned. Learned lessons here. Fucking learned. Right. There's that that bomb. This guy again. Let's do it. That's still really loud, isn't it? Oh. Well, I need to be using the grab points, that's right. you're supposed to do the boss. You can grab points to get up over him. Go. Energy tank. Good, good, good. Looking forward to that, by the way, Shag. That charity stream that Glower's doing. Looking forward to dropping in after my my usual Friday stream. I imagine that that'll be tomorrow's raid. Probably kick in a little bit when we do so. Looking forward to that. He's Glower, by the way, for those who don't know. I don't know if you're still around, Shag, by the way, but Glower, for those who don't know, is a Mario Maker streamer. Paper Mario speedrunner. Misspoke there. I know what game that the Glower runs, okay? He's a Paper Mario speedrunner of some repute. World record holder in a lot of categories. And a lovely person. He's doing what is it? He's doing some category he doesn't usually do. Is that right? I forget which category he's running, but he's doing it as a like 100% or something. It's like a long category. I'll check that real fast. Let me see. What is Glower doing in the charity stream tomorrow? Let me check. Charity stream. Let me see. Okay. It is. The organization is called Games for Love, and will provide children in hospitals with games and gaming during treatment and such. He is speedrunning Paper Mario, any percent, no major sequence breaks for the first time, hopefully a no reset run. Should at least be 5 hours or so, depending on whether it goes well or not. It should be pretty fun. We'll definitely drop in on that, and after tomorrow's stream, and support the cause. We saved, right? Very important that we save. Glower, very cool, and also has done quite a few raids actually of this channel, and big ones since he does have quite the following. I'll always say, fucking appreciate all those big raids. They're lovely as fuck. This is just a cutscene, right? I don't remember why you go in there originally, or why you see it collapse. Maybe that's when you're passing through the second time that it collapses. Base jump. One thing that I've been planning for a while, that I want to do in the next couple of months, is I want to do a big stream. I want to do a big Extra Life stream this year. Extra Life being the charity that does the big, I don't know if it's actually called Extra Life, but the event is called Extra Life, where everyone does charity streams, and often as, in like big networks and stuff. I'm looking forward to putting on a show for people. Hopefully during like a weekend or something. Let's go right this time to Sector 2 rather than Sector 4. I am... Actually, you know what? It's smarter to go to Sector 4. Just because if we can get like one of those doors unlocked, it'll unlock more things and more places for us to go. Let's go over there first. My idea for the Extra Life stream I want to do, which by the way will be the first one I've ever done since I started streaming around last November, so Extra Life was already, plans were already in place at that point for most people, so and I was just like, I didn't even know if I was gonna stream like regularly or like repeatedly at that time, so I didn't make any such plan to do it myself. But yeah, this year, definitely gonna do it. Here's the plan, here's the idea. There's something called Retro Roulette. Ow, ow, owie, ow. There's something called Retro Roulette that I've seen a couple other streamers do. Bigger streamers than me, but no matter. Retro Roulette, basically, there's like a script in some sort of emulator thing that can switch games on an interval of your choosing, right? And specifically the streamers that I've seen have done some pretty ridiculous things as far as like switching games every 30 seconds through a selection of like 30 games or something. I'm not gonna go quite that extreme, but it will be a fun twist on a regular stream in that there will be, I think what we'll do is we'll switch games every like 5 to 10 minutes or so, but each of the games will be a different randomizer. So there'll be like 5 of them, all randomizers, all tracked individually. The kind of randomizers where you need to track stuff and figure out like where you can go next, just based on the logic. Not the kind of randomizers where it's just like a Pokemon randomizer where it's like, oh, you know, at least in the Pokemon randomizer I tried, you're mostly just going in the same places and you don't need to run a track or anything. I don't want to go into that tank. There's no weapon, there's no item in there anyway. I'm not... I'm not space jumping. There it goes. Space jump is maybe a little finicky when you don't have the high jump, maybe. I don't know. Funny that it's not working in that particular space. What? There we go. Weird. Sometimes space jumps in these games can be a little finicky. Like I know in Dread, it's kind of weird because you can only do it like the height of your jump. So like if you're trying to do it like just spamming the button, it won't quite work for you. Get it away from me. Right. Save. Let's see a card. I got these cards, or cue cards, with things I want to talk about. Most Improved Season 2. Wondering this the other day, I talked about, geez, what was it I was talking about? Oh yeah, I was talking about Uma Musume, and how Season 2 takes it from being a fun and light, like, sports idol thing that's sort of a little bit unfocused as far as like is it a sports anime or is it an idol anime, and it becomes basically one of the best sports animes out there in Season 2 with a lot more like well-handled drama, you know, and like with a lot more drama that's really on point and really fun shit. The Season 1 is a lot more unfocused and it's still fun and still full of likable characters, but it's a lot more... It's a lot less special, I guess. And I was thinking like that probably is one of the most improved Season 2s out there. Other really improved Season 2s. Maybe like Breaking Bad Season 2. Like Season 1 is... Actually, you know what? Season 2 is maybe not my favorite, actually. Season 1 is great, it just doesn't have like a really solid ending. And it has really great moments. the whole plane thing in season 2, Breaking Bad, maybe doesn't quite measure up. Season 3 and on though, season 4 maybe, Breaking Bad, spectacular, fantastic. I can see those being like up there for contention, right? Another anime that comes to mind is a show called Encouragement to Climb, and the reason why it was so dramatically improved is pretty simple. I think the first season was a 3-minute anime. You know, a short anime. Each episode was only 3 minutes long, and it really didn't have time to breathe when you have episodes that short. Meanwhile, the second season takes it up to 10 minutes, and turns out it's like 8 or 10 minutes. Turns out 8 or 10 minutes is much better for like creating a coherent narrative, fleshing out the characters, and giving everything time to breathe. The second season of Encouragement to Climb is definitely one of the most improved season 2s ever. What else is there? I guess there's probably like some obscure... I mean, there's a lot of things, right, that like hit their stride like mid-course, right? Like, probably one of the most famous... One of the most famous examples of that is Star Trek Enterprise, Next Generation, where the first season is everyone just says skip it. Like everyone says that. There's no way to get up there, is there? I think you have to go around. Oh, you know what? There's probably a hole in the wall here. Yes, okay. Yeah, that's right. I was wondering if I was gonna have to somersault under or something. Oh, I guess you need to get level 1 unlocked before you can get to the doors that unlock level 2. So the idea of going here and just skipping a level lock maybe isn't going to pan out quite so much. Well, it's good to know. Also, we can't 100% go over there and do a thing elsewhere. I wonder if that basically constrains like which sectors can be pulled in, because you definitely need the one that has level 1 locks or a lock level that you can get to available to you at any given time. I guess it would, right? Alright, this is the room where the big boy is in. The big... What? What? Wait. What do I do here? I'm supposed to have the gravity suit to get through here. So... I think, right? Gravity suit? Do I just have to restart here? Oh, what the fuck? I hit the rewind button in the emulator, and it just restarted the game, which is unusual. Usually when you do that, you don't restart the game. Anyway, we can't go over there. I guess we also need to be careful of soft locks, where like that could definitely happen. Oh, wait a minute. Shit. a second. I didn't set the... You know what, we'll just turn the volume down a little bit. Okay. Has there been double audio this whole time? Well, I guess they're both the same audio source, so it doesn't really, wouldn't really like overlap with it, would it? I'm not sure, but I have been capturing the sound source that the game is on, as well as the game correctly this whole time. Which is weird. Well, I've been monitoring everything, so if it sounded weird, I would have heard it, right? Let's go with that. Going into the water there doesn't really have anything good for me to find, right? So let's not just jump into the lava and like hurt ourselves badly there. All right. Which goes real fast. I gotta make sure, you know, I am playing on the PC, but I like to have the actual window of the game rather than playing off the preview monitor or the OBS window. There we go. Yeah, that's a one way. Just save here. Yeah, I think those are some of the most big examples. I guess another show that really hit its stride in like season 2 would be like Buffy the Vampire Slayer, maybe. Buffy really starts off middling, right? And it's probably not until the second season after it like starts introducing some of the major villains like Spike that are a little more goofy and a little less like serious, that it really comes into its own. Ugh. My nose is a little sniffly recently. Wondering if I was sick. I've been very tired and throat hurty recently, but not really sure. What is that? What is that? Ice effect added to missiles. Nice. Shit. Not sure if that actually what we can do with that, but pretty good. That's not the thing where it like charges, right? It's just, yeah, it's just ice missiles. Do I have to bomb this wall to open it or something? Wall that you could go through. Oh, maybe this wall. No. Maybe you need like a morph ball jump before you can get into this. Or I could jump and... Okay, there it is. I could jump, morph, and drop a bomb. Hey, Bucket, how's it going? Playing Metroid Fusion Randomizer. Pretty fun so far. Power bomb capacity increase. But that doesn't unlock the power bombs, does it? Yeah, so I have to find the data to use power bombs. And that's separate from just getting power bombs in general. Hey, how you doing? I was talking just a minute ago about the best season 2s there are. Most improved season 2s. You have any ideas? Man, on me. What do you think is like out up there for like the most improved season 2s for Bucket? On space jump. There we go. In TV or whatever, yeah. I would say in TV, like, I guess there are games that technically do a season 1, season 2. Or like season passes or stuff like that. But I don't think any of those really fit the bill, you know, as far as like good ones go. The Office season 2, that is a good one, yeah. The first season of The Office is pretty rough. It's pretty rough and very much just like, yeah, we took the English Office and made it into the American Office. It sort of finds its identity in like season 2. That's a good one. Arrested Development season 2 similarly really hits its stride in season 2, but season 1 is also fantastic, just not quite as hot. So I don't know if it really is up there. Mentioned earlier, obviously, Star Trek has a lot of that shit. Bob's Burgers, season 1 is rough, but 2 is where the show starts to hit its stride. That's right. Buffy, I mentioned Buffy earlier, and there's a couple animes such as Uma Musume, which goes from being a fun and light thing to the best one of the best sports animes, and Encouragement of Climb, which is about girls who climb mountains. And the first season is 3-minute episodes. The second season is like 8-minute episodes. So turns out you can do a lot more plot and a lot more characterization in 8 minutes rather than 3 or 4 minutes. Laid Back Camp, Encouragement of Climb is different from Laid Back Camp, by the way. They are similar, though, in like, concept, right? Both being both involving mountains, though. You know, Laid Back Camp, the idea is just to hang out and have a good time. What is this? Super Missiles? Which one is that? Super Missiles. Is that the S? I think that's the S, right? S for super. Yeah, I think that's the S. It does sound really nice. It's nice. It's not as laid back. It's more like them, you know, going out and climbing mountains and learning like, oh shit, you know, you gotta really watch your stamina and pace yourself. And you know, if you want to climb the big mountain in Japan, what's it called? Mount Fuji. You're really gonna have to work at it and get a little bit good before you can manage to pull it off. I think another season of Encouragement of Climb hits in the fall, you know, next month. You know, October. So if you're interested, hey, seasons 1 and 3 are available on Crunchyroll, and season 2 is available nowhere at all, and you can't find it. Well, you can't find it, you know. You know what I mean, I'm kidding. You can't find it, it's just not legally available. It is weird, yeah. I will always say, Crunchyroll, relicense Season 2 for fuck's sake. You lost the license at some point, but no one else has it. Speaking of animes, no one else has. Another powerbomb tank. You know what's another anime no one else has? Shirobako. No one has that, even though it's one of the best shows out there. Real shame. It's always weird when something is nowhere, you know? Like, oh, just leaving money on the table, aren't you? I guess the idea is that, you know, like, oh, buy the DVD. It's like, that's not... We're in the 21st century here. No one's gonna fucking buy the DVD. Fuck that. Are you kidding? It's 2022, man. Make a deal with a streaming service, or get fucked. That's just how it works. And it's very weird that, like, yeah, no one's biting. Just make an offer. Fuck, I don't know. I don't know if it's like the companies just aren't interested in licensing old anime, which I guess is possible, or if old anime holders are just like, no, this is worth more than they'll give us. I don't know who's the problem in that relationship, but whoever it is, just like figure it out and put all that shit up there. Someone ought to have everything. I know that's not really actually, for a lot of shows they don't have it, right? Like a lot of older shows in particular are just nowhere at all. But for newer shows, I feel like you can have those. Those could be something. Anyway, how you doing, Tribucket? I've been pretty tired recently. I've been sleeping weird hours. Sleeping a lot. Last night, I slept, went to sleep around like 5 p.m. Right after work, basically. Like 5 or 6. And slept until like 2 a.m. So basically like 9-10 hours of sleep right there. Which, you know, it's weird going to sleep at such an unusual hour. God damn if it's not a novelty to get a full night of sleep on a work night. When I get back to a normal schedule of going to sleep around like 2 or 3 a.m. and getting up around 7 or so, do like work stuff, it's gonna be a little bit of a, you know, you definitely sleep less in my ideal schedule. Though also, you know, I'll say, like, after I do my morning meetings, I like to, in a typical schedule, I will go back to sleep for a bit till, like, you know, a normal start of the workday time. However much sleep I can get before proper work. You've been trying to sleep between midnight, go to sleep around midnight to 2 a.m. But should try to go to bed earlier. There's so much Twitch to catch up after work. Gotcha, yeah. This guy's a tough mother. This guy, just fucking die. Fucking die. Big boy. Gotcha. But still, hey, you know, I'm rested, so what more could I want, right? And I will say, before I did this stream, I took a big, long sleep. I was feeling pretty tired when I was thinking, like, okay, well, it's 9:15, I should start the stream. By the way, I started around 9:15 rather than, I usually start around 9. And I started around 10 tonight because I was tired. But once I got up and started going, you know, I was pretty much awake from that point. I guess, you know, getting 10 hours of sleep one night means that once you get up the next night, you'll probably be fine. Though I am thinking after this stream, I should probably sleep. I should probably sleep more. But hey, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling not so tired. Last night you were in a watch party of grubs, watching The Outcast. Nice. I've not seen that movie. How was it? Was it good? Is it a good movie? Or is it a bad movie? You say it had Nick Cage in it. Barely has Nick Cage in it. Okay, so it's not a major role. Wait, is that the movie where... Is that the movie that Alex Navarro tweeted about? Where Nick Cage drives up and says, "Hey, I'm Nick Cage, and I'm gonna help you put your car back on track or something. I'm gonna help you repair your car." Was that or is that's probably another movie? That's probably another movie. What is The Outcast about, for Bucket? Don't mind me asking. Can't get there without the low gravity stuff. Plus, no, I can't get there yet. I need to be able to space jump underwater before we can get that. Not a good movie, more so a Hayden Christensen movie. That guy is well liked. Hayden Christensen. He was the Batman for a while. Before it was, what's the current guy's name? He's the Twilight guy. Sexy boy from Twilight. It's about 2 Christian crusaders in China. Huh. Interesting premise, at least. Kinda sounds like Last Samurai. Is Last Samurai a good comparison for that? You know, two Christian like knights or whatever showing up in China and being like, "Hey, we can do some business over here as well." Are they like the white saviors, or are they just hanging out? Or are they like on a mission of revenge or something? I guess they're crusaders. They're probably doing some crusading. Maybe they're out fighting for Christianity. Not sure who they would be fighting. Let's see what this is. What do we got? What do we got? Speed booster. Yeah, that's pretty good. That lets us get some do a thing in a place. You finished, by the way, how long ago was it that you finished Banjo? Was it pretty recently, like last couple of weeks, or was it a little bit ago? I'm curious, now that you've done Banjo, what the next game on the docket is. Did you do Paper Mario yet, Trebucket? Is Paper Mario the next one? Would love it if that was the case. Paper Mario is, of course, fantastic. Yeah, Paper Mario next on your list. You know, eventually you need to... If you do Paper Mario, you gotta do Thousand Year Door as well. It's not as easily available, but, you know, I'm sure you can find a way. You know, I'm sure you're a clever guy. If only you had a GameCube, yes. If only. I'm sure you can set up a thing that is similar to a GameCube. But, you know, wink wink, nudge nudge. I thought I did the bomb here and nothing doing. Weird. Oh well. We'll come back to that later. If only you had a GameCube. If they do GameCube Online, man, a lot of people are going to be playing. That's part of the reason why they gotta do GameCube Online, because they gotta... Oh, wow. Did you get power bombs this early in the game? Wow. You can get over there. Many more people play mainly online if that happens. Yeah, that'll happen as well. Well, depending on the netcode. If netcode is rough, it might be a little more of an open question. Okay, let's see. Are we sure we can't do anything over here? I mean, I bombed all these squares and nothing happened. Fuck. Okay. I saved, and I had more health when I saved, so it's all fine. Good. Smash OG isn't listed for N64 yet. That's true. I feel like, though, with, like, the Mario Parties being out, you know, and Mario Party already having an online game on Switch, I feel like they're not going to be that worried about cannibalizing, like, Ultimate at this point. You know, them putting out the Mario Parties, N64 Mario Parties, makes me think, like, oh yeah, they'll get to N64 Smash eventually. Just gotta give them time. I think to get to the boss, you have to, like, have a cutscene with the SAX. How does that work in the randomizer, though? Not sure. I guess let's, oh, well, we can still go up through this whole chamber here. Maybe there'll be something good here. Oh, you know what we can do? We have the space jump. We can go over this thing. If this is... Wait. That's a power bomb block, right? Seeing those there seems weird to me. I feel like power blocks would be later in the game than Sector 2. I guess it's been a bit since the last time I played through Metroid Fusion in its entirety. Maybe the last time was when it came out on, like... Well, the last time was probably sometime where I was playing the Wii U Virtual Console version of it. So, you know, probably a good five years at this point. Jeez, yeah, it's been a while since the Wii U, huh? GameCube Online, that'll be great when that happens, but first we gotta get Game Boy Online, probably. And that's gonna be a whole thing, isn't it? Today, by the way, trying out the brand new feature on OBS, which does, like, capture specific game audio from a specific application in isolation to everything else, which is pretty nifty. And it seems to be working pretty well. I mean, you can hear the game, right? Synopsis of Outcast, because the movie was so dull you couldn't focus. There's a prince who is the target of assassination of his brother, and the only hope is the Crusader and the outlaw knight, Cage. So Cage is the co-star But you say he's barely in it? Maybe he's like always doing other stuff. Doesn't have an opportunity to be his cagey self. Not to disparage Nick Cage, maybe saying that he's cagey is a... I should use my ice missiles. This is more hated misery. Cage has a fun Scottish accent. Oh, is he like doing a, does he sound like, you know, in a Highlander, where, what, does he sound like Highlander? I was about to say the guy in Highlander like the other guy, but only the main guy does a Scottish accent because he's the only one who's a Scot. The other guy is, of course, Egyptian. Okay, I think what you need to do with the space jump is you need to be descending before you can use the space jump. Perfect. Okay, let's go. Let's see what's left. Maybe just like freezing enemies a lot more. I do have these missiles out. Okay, this is way back. I don't want to go there yet. Fuck! Damn it. Well, this is... Hang on, how far back are we? We got 4 energy tanks, we got 4 of those, we got 3 of the power bombs, tanks. Got everything. We're not that far back. I think we're just at the bottom of this shaft. We hadn't really found anything good anyway, so whatever. Jeez, though, you really have to manage your health well in this randomizer. Next time I play it, maybe I'll... You know, I've been talking about, like, I want to do a big randomizer roulette for extra life this year. Jesus Christ, these guys do a lot of damage. I want to do a big randomizer roulette for extra life this year. I was thinking this game would be one of the ones in the rotation. That said, I don't know if... I wonder if I could configure this such that it would take... like a... plants. Yeah, I don't think I can beat that boss. I don't think I can beat that boss without sufficient missiles. That's a shame. Need more missiles. I haven't found... Coincidentally, I haven't found a single missile tank at this point yet. weird, and come to think of it, that's a little unusual, isn't it? Yeah, those guys do like 100 damage. What the fuck? I guess Metroid games were always tough, is the thing. You know, it wasn't just Metroid Dread coming out of nowhere and being like, yeah, we're tough. These games have always been pretty unforgiving when it comes to that stuff. What? Wait. This is the boss chamber? Coming in the boss chamber from the back, did it just show me the post state of the boss? Weird. Okay, whatever. I don't need to fight those guys. Not sure what exactly keeps you from going over there earlier. It's like a bug thing or something. Yeah, so... And these sort of remind you of the whiplashes in Banjo. Yeah, I can see that. I can definitely see, like, the comparison to the whiplashes. I believe they're called whiplashes. Yeah, they're brutal, man. They do not fuck around. That is for sure. I guess let's go up. I mean, we don't have enough missiles. We haven't found a single missile tank so far. Glad we have these goddamn ice missiles because they can really shut down a lot of enemies. The only thing is we only have 10 missiles because we haven't found any fucking tanks. So, you know, good luck, I suppose. Oh, there's gotta be something here, right? This room looks super suspicious. Nothing on the wall? Really? Nothing? Huh. I have played all this game to completion like loads of times, by the way. It's just that, you know, it's been long enough where I don't remember everything perfectly. If anyone is wondering, like, why don't you know where all the missiles are? I'm saying missiles weird. It's fine, though. Missiles. I know how to say missiles. I think you can say it either power bomb. I think you can say things either way. English is fun that way. It has no rules. Alright, so we've explored this whole area. Found a bunch of shit can't do anything about. Fucking I'll save anyway. Not sure if this is a good idea since I have so low energy and no missiles, but fuck it. Shit, we have this whole shaft area we have barely explored. That's right, we just had to use the space jump to get over there, but this whole area is open to us. Again, because we have the space jump. Space jump, MVP item so far as like, yeah, you can get a lot of places if you can just jump forever. a missile tank. Oh, you have to fall all the way down, don't you? I don't have any missiles, so I cannot freeze these guys. And yeah, it's gonna be really hard to get through without freezing those guys. Let me see if I can't kill someone really quickly and get a green off them. That's not a green. Let's go farm for missiles a bit. A shit fucker. No, damn it. Yeah, I don't got screw attack. I only have the super jump, space jump. Okay, still, we know where to go. We're just gonna. Yep, it is nice, yeah. These guys are pretty good as far as like, yeah, they can't do nothing to you if you're more than like 2 inches from them. Pretty convenient. There's a green. That's only 2 though. Kinda would be better if it was 4, but I guess the idea is you want to find a room with a bunch of X's in it and kill them all, you know? Okay. What I think we gotta do. Son of a bitch. Maybe it's better to not fuck with that one and just focus on more attainable shit. I don't know. Also, we could consider totally... Hey man, at any point we could totally call an audible and be like, yo, it's time for save states to come out. And just do that shit. Get past some of these more annoying bits. I guess I reserve the right for that. Oh no, the difficulty isn't necessarily bad, it's just a lot to deal with. I think what we want to do here, get this guy here. Really? Nothing on this wall? I thought for sure that would be it. I thought for sure that would do it. Okay. Whatever. There's something in that room, and I think there's 2 pickups in that room. And we can't be sure it's not something essential. Is a thing. No? It could be a 100% essential item. could absolutely need to do that, so we do need to try our best to get it. Let me grind some shit. There's 2 missiles. What's in here? This is where that X cutscene was, right? It's like a little stealth sequence here. Remembering that room now. I guess we haven't been over here either. Jeez, this game does not fuck around. As far as, like, damage goes. I mean, I feel like 4 canisters is a good amount, even in the base game. So, like, taking that much damage in that few things. I guess the thing about this game, relative to, like, you know, the more modern game of Dread, is that each canister is a full 100 rather than in Dread. There's a lot of half canisters. And those half canisters, you have to find a second one before it becomes actual health. The wide beam would probably help me kill these guys. I don't have it, though. Don't save. Oh, right, in this area originally, isn't it, like, powered down or something? So you can't go through any of the doors? That's right, I guess there's nothing like that in the randomizer. It's all open from the start. There's no... Oh, jeez. Yeah, wasn't there, like, a bombable floor here or something? I thought the way that it worked is you went down here to the floor below. Maybe that's... Maybe by this point in the game, it's not a thing. Like, if you have the lights on, the power on, it's all good, it's all fine. Let me do another save, since I've been fucking slowly stocking up on health. What's in the room up there? Jesus Christ. Bang my head into the guy. Alright, you need a power bomb to go up there. I feel like you would think that every power-up, every missile power-up, like refill, would be 5, but it's just 2, so you're kind of not super strapped for them. No. How about another card? It's been a while since I pulled up a card. Did you hear about the Twitch revenue share stuff? That's been the hot topic recently. Twitch basically put out a statement being like, yeah, these are, you know, we're no longer going to offer 70-30, and 50-50 is going to be the standard, which I think was originally, when that was started to be the thing, was like a, a confidential thing, so affiliates were not allowed to talk about that. I guess now you can talk about it. And, yeah, that's, what I have. That's, well, could be better. There we go. Personally, though, I'll say power bomb tank acquired. Also, I did get the missile tank. Power bomb tank. Found more power bomb tanks than I have missile tanks. Seems unusual, but whatever. I'll say, as far as like I'm concerned, nothing changes, right? Like, for most people, right? The 70-30 thing is not a thing. Like, unless you're like the top talent, you weren't being offered that in any case anyway. As far as I know, no one's been offered it in a while, so this seems like less of a change of policy and just like officially saying like, hey, guys, you know how we haven't done the 70-30 thing in like years? Yeah, that's official. That's never going to come back. Also, they're capping people at like $100,000, and then at 70-30, we're like grandfathered in, after which it's 50-50, which is, that sounds like it's a big deal for those who are in that 70-30 split, but let's be fair here. $100,000 is a lot of money. And basically what I was seeing on Twitter, some people talking about it, is like, yeah, there's only really like 500 streamers who even make that much money to begin with. So, for most people, even most people under the 70-30 split scenario, it's not actually going to affect their bottom line unless they are making like top 1% of the 1% money on Twitch, which is unusual. Now, I have seen people say like, well, does this mean, like if you're thinking about like what platform you should be on if you're going to get big, Twitch isn't the platform. I mean, I guess, but like, how do you know if you're going to become big before you even started streaming? That to me seems like a contradiction. Well, I guess if you're like a sports celebrity or like a celebrity from elsewhere, you would know if you would be able to get big. But I think even in that case, you probably already have other sources of revenue to worry about, to consider. I don't know. That to me does not seem like a realistic scenario. I mean, I think most people who become big as streamers start as nobody and then eventually become someone. Maybe they're speedrunners, or maybe they make a big appearance at GDQ or something. Yo, we just unlocked Blue. Blue is now unlocked. Ooh! We can unlock the next security level now, I think. Yeah, I actually can, because we already have the speed booster. And we've already gotten to the place where you do that second level security. So why don't we just go do that? Assuming we don't die by just running into these enemies too many times. Ooh, wait, there's a data room right there. Let's go get that. Now, odds are it won't be any data. Like, odds are, it's all randomized, right? You buddy. We gotta be extra fucking careful here. In fact, but just gonna make a... What was that, the gravity suit? Oh, shit. Yeah, that was the gravity suit. Hell yeah, shit. That's, which one is that? Let me see. Where's the gravity suit here? is this is the screw attack, I think. So this is the gravity suit, I think. Let me check. Gravity suits. I'm just gonna Google it, and hopefully on the Wikipedia's page it'll say on the on the fandom page, it'll show the icon, and I'll be like, oh, there it is. That's what it said. Let me see. Let me see. What does it look like? I don't know. Gravity suit icon. Let's do that. Well, in oh, maybe it's I think it might be this one, actually. I'm looking at one pixel art, and someone seems to have drawn like a little lantern. Looks exactly like that. Is this the gravity suit? The one problem with this tracker is I don't know what the things are. What is the gravity suit icon supposed to resemble? Yes, okay, that is it. It's a coil in a jar. That's 100% it. Yep, okay. That's the gravity suit. We have successfully tracked it. Don't hit me. If I get killed right now, I'll be very upset. Well, actually, I did make a little safety save. Just in case. Pretty good shit. Anyway, let's head back to the other sector and unlock the next door. The green doors, is it? Something like that. We don't want to go in there. You know, we can't go over there. On the other side, there's a blue door. We should just pop the head in, see what's in there. Maybe something good. I would really like more missiles. More missiles. Since I've only found like one pack of them. And that's gotta be like the most common pickup, right? Missiles? Because they're like the most common one in the game, right? So it seems like so against the odds that we would just be sitting at one of those. There's gotta be like a hole in the wall, right? Not. This room's gotta have a secret in it. There we go. That's how we get it. Missile tank, take it. Why are there multiple missiles? Oh, that's the super missiles. That's the ice missiles, right? I'll tell you, this tracker, some of the icons are a little ambiguous to me. I don't know. It's not as if you run them. Is there a way to get like tooltips? Let's see. Assistance. Oh, there we go. I figured out how to get tooltips. So let me see. Charge beam, wide beam, wave beam, plasma beam. Oh, ice beam is not that one. This is the ice missile is this one. Ice beam is the one that you get at the end of the game. That's right. I forgot you got ice beams. Ice beam in this separate from ice missiles, but I guess you do. Various suit, gravity suit. Wait, does the gravity suit... Let me check. 1 second. Yeah, I've gotten the gravity suit, but not the the Variosuit. That's unusual. Morph Ball bombs, bomb capacity, space jump, screw attack, speed booster. I've beaten the Anarachius boss. None of the other bosses I think I've beaten yet. Ridley, Fox, Nightmare, yep. Missile data and power bomb data, and then there's the lock levels. Okay, I think I got a grasp on what everything is now. There was a thing in this tracker that lets makes the tooltips show up a lot faster. It turns out there are tooltips. You just have to sit on them for a while before they appear. Like hover over, I guess. And I wasn't doing that for long enough, I suppose. We can just go to the recharge station and just recharge. Talk with these guys no more. Let's head back over to Sector 4, which, by the way, these sectors, they are randomized, the order they appear in. In the meantime, pull up another card, say what's on it. Thinking about Overwatch 2. Imminent. Yeah, that's coming up in the next couple weeks. We'll definitely do some streams of that, since Overwatch is a game that I love. I will say, though, I'm not... this is something I'm sure you'll hear from a lot of people. I'm not fucking sure at all about the direction Overwatch 2 has taken it. There's a lot of things in Overwatch 2 as far as, like, design changes that seem to me to be completely wrong-headed. I think the biggest example to me and the most glaring is the Bastion rework, which changes Bastion into a completely new hero, basically. No longer does he turret into place and just, like, shoot people with his turret gun freely. Instead, he can turn into a turret, but he can move, and also it's on a cooldown and has a limited timer on it, which is just completely different. Basically he's gone from being like, oh, he's like a hero that is just a TF2 sentry gun, right? You're just playing a sentry gun. Plant yourself down and fire away, to basically being just the heavy TF2 with no complications. I guess he does have a grenade now instead of a self-heal, which fucking I don't know. A lot of stuff like that I hear about and I go like, that does why a grenade though? Why not something more interesting? Why not something more interesting? And other decisions that they've made have been really in the interest of like homogenizing it and making it a lot more like uniform in like how characters behave, how characters control. The biggest example of that, the biggest two examples of that are May and the cowboy formerly known as McCree, who is now called Cassidy or something. I'll just call him Cowboy. Which apparently people were calling him before McCree got canceled. Like the name, source of the name got canceled because he was kind of... Turns out he was a dickhead. The original McCree, who the character was named after. Oh, that just lowers the water. That's right. Doesn't do anything else. Anyway, McCree, total dickhead, turns out. So they wanted to rename the character. Now it's Cassidy, Cowboy. Cole Cassidy? I don't know. That, I think, is weird. But just goes to show you shouldn't name your characters after employees. Especially if you're Blizzard. I mean, maybe it's okay if you're an indie dev, like in the case of Rivals of Aether, a few of the characters are named that way. But that's fine. Those are screen names anyway, so not really that wrong-headed. Alright. Anyway, what was I saying? May and and Cole Cassidy both have lost a lot of their CC. So like, Cowboy in particular, McCree as he's formerly known. The Cowboy formerly known as McCree, no longer has a flashbang, no longer can stun with his secondary ability. Which, when I heard about that, I was just like, what the fuck? That's his whole character! That's his main move! Like, the main gameplay of Cassidy, of Cole, of Cowboy, is that he like throws a flashbang at you, stuns you, and then he uses his roll that reloads his ammo in the process to like close the distance, and then fans the gun to fire all of his bullets all at once directly into your face while you're stunned. That's how the kit works. That's the whole basis for the kit, and changing out the flashbang for just like, oh, it's a damaging grenade, it damages, no stun. That just makes it incoherent. The kit no longer makes sense. I also think May's changes are pretty drastic as well. She no longer freezes enemies in place. There's no longer a stunning factor to her ice stuff, which I think is just like, what? It's just a bridge too far, man. You hear about shit like that and you're just like, why? What? Really? Just leave it alone. Just leave it alone. From... Oh, the speed booster. The problem with Overwatch is that there's I do think a problem with Overwatch is they don't know what the fuck people want. Chat room. Oh, you were gonna say this isn't high noon. I've not seen that so often. My OBS chat disconnected, it looks like, but then reconnected. I missed their message about the high noon thing. If you're wondering why I didn't react, that's why. We have done 0 damage to this guy so far. But I will say, we do have super missiles, so maybe we'll do more damage than we otherwise would. Yeah, look at that, he's already in the... He's already dead, fuck. Super missiles are pretty good, it turns out. Fuck you, buddy. It's an energy tank. By the way, was the volume a little hot there? Seems like the boss music is a little loud. But, no. What are you gonna do, right? Alright. Well, we do have the speed booster, so we can really run and shit. I guess the other thing about Cowboy is he does have the, you know, the high noon ult. I don't know, I feel like the ultimates are oftentimes less important than like the core abilities, right? Like as far as like the main thing you do with the kit. Okay, here we go. We gotta go do this one. Anyway. I don't know about Overwatch. Whenever I see, like, new heroes recently, I always feel like they're a little bit more incoherent than the older heroes, right? The original set of them, right? Like, every hero in the original Overwatch was really focused and tight and had a clear vision and a clear role to play in the fight, right? Whereas you get some now, like Echo, right? And it's like, oh, she can fly around? She can, like, fire, like, sticky grenades that explode after a short delay. She has a laser beam that does extra damage against enemies that have low health. And, a main projectile which is, like, three bullets at once. And it's like, These just seem like a bunch of disconnected abilities to me, without much in common or much of a through line. Oh, and she can also copy another hero as her ultimate, and like, you know, Shang. What's the guy from Mortal Kombat? Shang Li or something? Shang Tsung. Shang Tzu? Shang Tsung, that's it probably, yeah. She can Shang Tsung someone. And it's like, hey, that all seems like all good business, but okay, here we go. But I don't know how it connects. I don't really get the feeling that it really makes sense as like a kit, you know? All it seems is like incoherent. Whereas like the original heroes, right? There's a very clear conception of like, okay, here's Torbjorn, right? He's gonna lay down turrets, and then he's going to use his gun that has a long-range shot and a short-range shot to lay down suppressing fire and to flank and supplement the turret's ample range. You know, the turret itself already has pretty good range, but you use the Torbjorn himself and you flank and shit. And that's all very fun and good. Let's see. I think this is all we can do here with the water level being down. We can't do anything else yet since we don't have level 4 doors or the ability to go down into some of these areas quite yet. So what about this whole area? Can we kill this guy with just what we have? Yes. Cool. What the fuck? Wait a minute. Oh wait, there's totally a hidden item here. I was like, what the fuck? Why did we go over here? That's why. Energy tank. These guys are shy, so you can't ice them directly. You gotta ice them from obscurity, which requires an item later. Yeah, but another card. Anyway, Overwatch 2. I don't know. It could be good. It could be good, you know. Hey, I'll play it. I love the first game. You know, if so long as they don't fuck up mystery heroes, I'll probably have a good time with it. Mystery heroes, of course, by the way, is my favorite mode in Overwatch. I love it. I love mystery heroes. Just the basic idea of every time you die, you spawn as a different hero. Just makes it really fun and fills the game full of variety and goodness. You know, exactly what you want in a video game. And I know there are people. You're looking forward to the Mario trailer in 2 weeks? I don't know. The Mario trailer doesn't really. I guess it could be good. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck to think. I guess, you know what I'll look forward to? I'll look forward to when, like, more actors are revealed, right? Like, when are we gonna find out who's playing Dixie Kong? I'm gonna assume that Dixie Kong is gonna be in the movie. Why wouldn't she be? Who's gonna be Funky Kong? Like, they already got Seth Rogen. Seth Rogen? They already got Seth Rogen to be Donkey Kong, so who can they get for Funky Kong who is more of a stoner than Seth Rogen? They already cast the stoner as Donkey Kong, so like, what are they gonna do about Donkey Kong's stoner friend? I don't know. They'll think of something though. Oh shit, it's hot. And honestly, I don't think the teaser trailer is gonna cover any of that. James Franco as Funky Kong. That'd be a choice. Okay, we need to do a speed boost into that wall. We can speed boost with the space that we have. Fuck you. Okay. Hero space, and let's speed boost. He was Seth Rogen's Stoner, but in Pineapple Express. I haven't seen that one. Haven't seen that movie, so I'll take your word for it. Look at that, another security room. That is green. It'd be funny if these were randomized, but I could see how you probably couldn't actually do those with them being like, you know, the order of them being pretty specific. With Mystery Heroes, I hope they don't do anything. Mystery Heroes in Overwatch. I hope they don't do anything to really, like... You know, my biggest fear is that they'll look at it and say, like, oh, we need to balance it. We need to make sure that you only have... Every team gets randomly the same roles, right? Like, everyone gets 2 tanks and 2 supports and one tank, 2 supports, and 2 healers. And I feel like that would take some of the fun away of the chaos of Mystery Heroes. You know, there is an argument like, oh, but what happens if the enemy team gets a really overpowered comp? And I gotta say, as someone who plays a lot of Mystery Heroes, like, let me tell you, here's the move, here's the play. If they have a hero who is, like, central, core to their team, they have a comp that is, like, really good, right? What you need to do is very simple. Kill them. Because when you kill them, they have to switch heroes. And that means that their comp will fall apart, perhaps. So what you have to do is you have to be willing to sacrifice everything. Like, if you can trade a shitty hero for a good hero by just suiciding on them, you know, just sort of like, just like going in hardcore on like, okay, everyone shoot at Bastion. Let's say Bastion is overpowered. Everyone kill the Bastion. If 3-on-1, everyone just focuses on the Bastion, Bastion's probably gonna die, and then they don't have Bastion anymore. And that's how you gotta do it, Mystery Heroes. You gotta pick your fights. And you gotta say like, okay, who are we targeting? What is good on their team? And is this hero that I have, is the hero that I have good enough to keep, to hold on to? Or is it, am I better off served just sacking him into the enemy team and just, you know, seeing what I can get as far as like other heroes go. So long as they don't mess that up, you know, I'll probably have a good time with it, I guess. I will say I am very worried. I did hear though, apparently in Mystery Heroes, there is no the whole like battle pass thing does not apply to Mystery Heroes, so that's good at least. That was a little bit of a concern that I had going in. Apparently, if I mostly play Mystery Heroes, I'll get to play the new heroes regardless of whether I'm dropping money on them. These super missiles are really good for killing these bosses. That last boss especially, that one is usually pretty hard. You know, playing it normal style, normal game. Oh shit, I'm out of missiles. Oh, look at this. I have the space jump so I can go up here. Wait a minute. Does that guy respawn, get all his health back? He does. Okay, so shit. Well, we can just leave here, right? Wait, is that door open? No, it's not. Yeah, I kill him to open the door, but I can just leave. Well, let's leave, get our missiles back. If I had the charge beam, I could also kill him, but I don't got that, so you're shit out of luck as far as that goes. Okay, health. Doesn't give me the ability to kill these guys. These guys are missiles only, which is kind of a shame. Missile or charge beam, I'm sure, so, you know, not having that is causing me all manner of trouble. Fucker. That's not good. Okay, let's open up that path. I don't have any missiles, so I can't. There we go. Good, okay. I guess let's go over there then. Go recharge our shit. You know what? And next time if we fuck up and lose all our missiles, we'll just restart from the save rather than going back to the recharge room. You see another one of those things. Viewer World is part of anniversary stream in November. Yeah, so my anniversary is coming up, my 1 year of Twitch in November. And I've been trying to think of big ideas for that stream. You know, and I was thinking, you know, Extra Life will be a big long stream, also in November. So I'm thinking for the anniversary, it'll be something a little more normal length, maybe like 4 or 6 hours. Nothing like massively long, just moderately long. One feature that I have in mind for that is that we will do Viewer Worlds as a special thing. For Viewer Worlds, basically, it'll be, you know, similar to viewer levels. You'll submit as normal, but instead of it being one and done, one level and you're done, it'll be as many levels as we can get through in, you know, the 15 minutes timer that I set for viewer levels. So I think that'll be a fun twist for the big anniversary stream, and hopefully, you know, people have big worlds. You know, we'll make a bunch of progress that day. You know, I imagine. I would like to imagine that it would be well attended too. So hopefully, a lot of different people getting in their worlds. Okay, try 2. Hey, buddy, how's it going? Gotta come up with some other plans for that stream that are like significant, while also being like in the wheelhouse of what we do here, right? Like, there's probably a randomizer component. I gotta play some sort of randomizer for that stream. Well, maybe I don't, because, you know, the randomizer thing will be like the Extra Life gimmick. So maybe that stream will just do like things that aren't randomizers. I would say a randomizer is a pretty good bet for that, because, you know, it's kind of one of the main things I like to do for my non-Mario Maker streams is various randomizers. I've done Mario Odyssey a couple of times for like big streams, like played through it 100, you know, 80%. Could definitely do some Mario Odyssey. I've done any percent, and I've done the Kingdom. I've done the World Peace before as on stream. But the World Peace run was in the first affiliate stream that I did, which unfortunately was not archived, so it doesn't exist anymore. So maybe that would be the thing. That would be another thing for that stream. I love, by the way, I've said before. Wait, what did we just get? Super Ice, Morph Ball, Speed Booster, Space Jump, Missiles 25. Wait, I'm totally not counting the right number of missiles. Should be 15, so 10 plus 15 is the right number. Energy is... We got, let's see... 6 energy tanks, 3 missile tanks. Wait, only 6? Well, actually, hang on. How many power bombs do I have? Well, I guess it doesn't say. Thought I had 8. Whatever. Once we get power bombs, we'll know how many we have. I must have gotten something. Hang on. I didn't get a beam thing. I didn't get a bomb thing. The bomb though, right? Weird doesn't show up over there on the right. Gravity, Morph Ball, Speed Booster, Space Jump. Space Jump! Oh, this is what I got. Wait, no, that's not Space Jump. This is Space Jump. Super and Ice. What is this guy? The guy I just fought. That guy. See him on the list. Is that him? Oh, that looks like him. Yeah, box. Okay. Well, leave a comment and on this web zone if you know what I got. I'm just kidding. I have no idea. I actually don't have comments enabled on the YouTube. So don't leave a comment. That's not going to be a thing. I don't want to deal with comments. I don't want to moderate them. So I'm just going to leave that out. I'm really not sure what I got there. Was it Power Bomb? Was it Power Bomb data? No, of course not. Maybe it was Power Bombs. You know what? I'm just going to put in... I bet I got 6 Power Bomb collectibles, so that would mean 12 is the amount I should have. So I bet that was it because I don't see anything else it could be based on the inventory screen. One thing I am thinking about is one option for this randomizer is you can have it set up so that only like the main item locations have the major items. And I have thought about that because, you know, maybe that would mean that you didn't have to check a lot of places, right? Like all the optional stuff, you could just like skip. I wonder also if you could just, you know, for the big retro randomizer roulettes, I'm gonna want to set up like streamlined versions of these games, right? Of these randomizers, so that we can get into them really quickly and just, you know, be moving quickly from one to the next. Whoa. What is going on with the sound? Hang on, let me check. Weird. Seems to be a problem with the beta capture, sound capture thing on OBS. I'm not getting that problem when I try capturing just the source audio directly. Weird. that might be a little loud, by the way. Let me adjust it down. That looks good. Okay, let me use the D-pad as you would on a Game Boy Advance. Third tries the charm. I'll take it. There we go. More missile tank. The thing is in beta, the new audio capture thing on OBS. What the fuck? That's good to know. It makes sense. It would be a little flaky, a little pooey, but still is not exactly good news. Capturing it this way with this means that you might hear some Discord sounds or something, or like Windows system sounds, possibly because it's just capturing the Windows audio, or at least the Windows audio going out to a specific channel. Which, in the case of this emulator, is always the main one. I can't just change it to output on the incorrect channel. I say incorrect, on an unusual channel. Bitch. Those guys, I can't kill them because I don't have sufficient missiles. You're gonna head to Bet Your Bucket. See you later. Thanks for stopping by. Get back again. What the fuck? See you again tomorrow, hopefully. Probably we'll be watching a lot of... What the... That guy just went into the fucking wall. I'm sure that's normal. Hey, buddy, if you want to go into the wall as well, that's fine. Go ahead, be my fucking guest. I've done this once before. You know what? I could probably just go the other way and exit out the way I came. Probably want to go this way. There we go. Okay, let's hit up the save. We're all nice and saved. There's plenty of places we can check. By the way, I haven't said if I'd be continuing this. I'd like to. It's really good. Look at that, recharge room as well. Well, that's handy. There's a wall up there in the room above. I didn't check when I went by, but is that something we can do or something that's inaccessible? Let's check. Let's find out. Let's see. I just, like, it looks... Whatever. Okay, yeah, we need screw attack for that. No doing, nothing doing at this time. I would love to keep going. Keep playing this game. don't know when. You know, maybe we'll do additional streams next week. I was planning on doing multiple streams this week of randomizer stuff. You know, there's multiple I'd like to try, as well as like a collaboration that I have in the works with another streamer. That hasn't come together quite yet, but eventually I imagine it will. We'll find a time that works. We'll be back into the swing of things eventually. At which point, like, hey, mark your calendars, whatever that is. Sure, I will try to get the word out. Be like, hey, we're doing the thing, yada yada yada. And Ocarina of Time Randomizer will be what that thing is. That can't blast through sand. Look at that. Found a hidden area. That's not true. This is a hidden area. Well, it's kind of a hidden area. I guess usually you would come in here first and you would exit out to that area second. It's unusual that we've come in the front door. Okay, let's go right and see what's in here. Go to something. I would really like the power bomb. That I would like. Actually, this is different room, so there's still something in here. There we go. Energy tank. See another card. Shout out to sleep. That's right. I was saying that I was saying earlier. I got like 12. I got like 10 hours of sleep last night, and at an unusual time, which was really nice. You know, my schedule is really out of whack with what I want my schedule to be, but it is nice just like being able to get an extremely large amount of sleep on a weeknight. That never happens. Never has happened historically either. Has never been a thing. I think I have it set up so that the logic, by the way, the logic assumes that if I want to go into those areas, the Varia suit is taken as a prerequisite, so, you know, the Varia suit isn't going to be behind one of the hot zones. I think we can turn around and head into other areas now. And I say I think we can. I mean, I personally mean I think we have to. Well, unless we wanted to like force the issue by trying to survive. Anyway, been sleeping more. That's nice. Fuck me. I want that energy tank, so I'm gonna do a thing. But yeah, I really meaning to push it back. I was really wanting to yesterday, but like I said, around like 5 p.m. I was just like, oh, I'm so exhausted. I'm clocking out. Like, no, I just need to lay down and sleep. So I laid down and slept, and I felt really good after. You know, I just continued to sleep until I couldn't continue to sleep no more. And after that, I was like, okay. It's like 1 a.m., 2 a.m. Sure, let's get up and do some work on the YouTube channel that I have now. My VOD archives. Channel VOD archives. Do some work on that. Watch some anime. And just have a nice, relaxing morning. It's weird having that much free time before work. but not in a bad way. Still, I would like to return to normal, or to just staying up all night. You know, hopefully. Really, what I should be doing is going to bed after the stream ends. You know, maybe even having some earlier streams than I currently do. Because currently what I've been doing is having the stream, and then I tend to watch anime and stuff after the stream to relax and to cool down. Right, all the doors are open. Let's head into Sector 1 ship. Why not? That's a perfectly good one to do. These enemies will be nice and easy. Let's do it. By the way, this game so far is kind of exactly what I was looking for, this randomizer. It's, you know, it has all the hallmarks of a randomizer where, like, every item you get determines where you can go. And it's, you know, mixed up from what the original game was, just due to the order in which you find items. And also it takes the problem of Metroid Fusion, eliminates it, because it's now, the plot's not in the way so much. This room looks really fishy, but I guess it's telling me there's nothing in it, so there's nothing in it. Maybe if I had power bombs, I'd be able to. What does this do if you get all the guys done? All these things. The atmospheric ventilators. Maybe it, like, unlocks something? Oh, well, it does unlock these rooms, so I guess just to get out of these rooms and get to the later parts, you're gonna have to do the thing. Jeez, we got so lucky for, like, energy tanks. If I could do it, I wonder if you can configure the randomizer this way. I feel like a good way to do this randomizer would be, what if you started at max capacity, and, like, all the random pickups were gone, and it was just the major pickups you had to go for that could be anywhere, and are fully randomized. That would maybe be a fun way to do it for, like, a short, you know, like I said, you know, I'm planning on 5 randomizer being part of it, and I would ideally like being part of the randomizer roulettes, and I would like them each to be, like, finishable in, like, 2 hours, right? So that, like, as a whole, comes out to, like, 12 hours, maybe, a lot of them. But if some games are longer than the others, or can't be shortened, or can't be sped up, then that makes it a little more difficult at the time. Or maybe you just have to settle for, okay, some of these aren't going to be completed by the end, which, you know, isn't as satisfying, right? You want everything to be complete by the end. Energy tank. Damn. Good. More power bomb capacity. Down. Nice thing about having the super missiles is that these dealies just take one hit, and and they're done. Also, the ice missiles make it so those guys only take one. Nice. Screw attack needed there. Don't have that. I will say we haven't found much relevance here so far. So yeah, like I could see like a fast version of this being like, oh, you start with all the random items, like all the pickups, like full energy, full missiles, full bombs, full everything, and then the main thing you're collecting is just like the main items. That maybe would allow you to get down to, I say down to, for my purposes, for my skill level, get it down to like 2 hours. I bet. Power bomb tank acquired. You know, I could also see doing some of this on Saturday. Maybe like a Saturday stream. Saturday night. You all be down for that? Don't answer, I know. No, the answer is sure. Maybe. I have given thought to whether Thursday is the best day for streams. I don't know. I say that like my Thursday streams aren't the busiest streams, but also I'm not doing my main game, so it's hard to say whether that's Thursday's fault or just, you know, if I was doing Mario Maker, it would be a lot more hopping. Still, you know, I don't want to just be a Mario Maker streamer, right? I don't want to just do Mario Maker. Variety is what I like. And, I like variety, and I like playing a number of things. So, play whatever makes sense. Tuesday has been a good night for me as well, whenever I've done Tuesday streams, honestly. I'm not like the biggest into Tuesday because I do like to watch Dan Reichert's Tuesday streams when available, when possible. But then again, hey, if Dan and Kayla are both streaming, then you know, stand a good chance of being one of Kayla's only homies streaming. And that big raid comes in, and that's always big pick me up. There's reasons why Tuesday is a good idea. Beyond just like the obvious, like, it's a pretty good day. Early in the week, but not too early in the week. Nice and chill. This is where we fight the giant. Giant egg. Oh fuck. The super missile just blew his ass off. Power pop tank acquired. Just the capacity, okay. And also we did this guy. I think that'd be a fun way to do it. I'll have to see if that's like an option, like if you can adjust the starting items. If you could, I could definitely see that being like a more casual version of this that's, you know, both decreases the difficulty a bit while also making it a little faster to just run through, because you basically just be focused on like going from objective to objective to objective, whatever order was possible. Haven't got much here in Sector 1, actually. We've only got like minor pickups, like no key items. So that in mind, we probably want to get the fuck out of here, huh? There's a couple of squares there that weren't filled in, but those are in the red zone. They're in lava. We can't swim in lava. So let's just get the fuck out of here. There's multiple other zones we haven't visited, so I say there's all the other zones, I guess. I will say when we go to the night zone. Wait, hang on. If we just go to the Arctic zone, is that we're gonna die? Could you even go to the Arctic zone if you were not with the various suits in the original game? It's gotta work like fire, doesn't it? Like, you'll go there and it'll be like, hey, 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 get the fuck out. What are you doing? And now, so right, the remaining zones are zones 6 and 5, both of which have cold guys running around. In fact, I don't think we can go to the Arctic zone yet until we get the Varia suit, so that's right out. So we have one choice. But I'm going to defy the logic by looking for another choice. You see. In addition to that, there's probably stuff we can do in the over area now, like those green doors are open. We can also go to the top of the area up there now. So why don't we do that? Let's see. What's up? Maybe we can find the Varia suit up here, at which point those other areas become easier, and also a lot of areas open up in other worlds too. We could also ask for a hint if ever we needed one, and I'm not sure how the hints work. To be clear, but if I were making it, I would have it so that the hints were literally like, okay, here's another key item that you can get right now. That's how I would imagine that works. Why am not I going down? Okay, it just looks like this is the way, but it's not. There we go, there's a higher path. Nice trick. Metroid's trick. Alright. I wonder if that capture thing is still on the fritz. Let me check. Switch over to the... Sounds fine. Let's switch over to that just so there's no chance of system noises or anything. Make a save. This business over there then. Ah. I think that would be the plan. I mean, I guess it would be less interesting if, like, you couldn't just find space jump wherever, right? And it's only in major locations, but it does streamline it a good deal. I bet that would have its own advantages. And would you know, help keep things moving. Alright, that's that room. I think we gotta save the animals. Yay! What's up, guys? We saved the animals. Hey. Respect. Wait, does that actually do anything in the randomizer? Oh, wait a minute. This area might be, entirely pointless in the randomizer, actually. Oh, not entirely pointless. There is one item. If you did change it to be key items only, like key item locations only, which is an option to be clear, it would be totally pointless, but there is one item you can find here. So, I guess a trip is justified, but not so much so. I mean, those guys, saving the animals doesn't do you anything. In this here game. There we go. Missile tank. See another card. Did you hear about Donkey Publisher? Donkey is a YouTuber, and the other day he's been making some waves, basically saying stuff like, you know, like, oh, I'm starting a new publisher because I know how to play games and I know what's fun. I know what games will be fun to be published. And everyone is looking at that with very much doubt in their eyes. Everyone's saying, doubt, I doubt that. No, it's not that easy. Come off it, dude, come on. He is a very funny streamer, YouTuber, all that, but I don't know about the proclamation that he can do better than, you know, like Devolver or whatever. I don't know if he's necessarily claiming to do better than him, just that he thinks he can do a good job. That doesn't have to be like so. It doesn't have to be inflammatory. But from the discourse around it, you get the impression that it is somewhat inflammatory and being like, oh yeah, I think I can do it. I think this will be a good thing. We'll put out some good games. Like, I guess, sure, you know. I hope that works out well for him. And, you know, hey, in addition to funny YouTube stuff, you could also put out a kick-ass game or two. I'd be down for that. Red. You need a red to go in there. Well, I guess there's nothing you can do here now. Unless... Fuck, there's some secret areas here. Not sure how you get to them, though. Maybe before the next stream, I'll look up, like, full map or something. Try to remember, like, the structure and where exactly you go to get to the ships. Like, the areas on the ship that are inaccessible otherwise. Because I bet some of them will have stuff for us, right? I think in the main game how it works is that you're on an elevator one time, and the elevator shuts off midway up, and it says, okay, go get off and do some stuff. You have to go off and do some stuff now in order to get back on track. And, you know, you can't really do that in a randomizer, because it's basically all at an endgame state. So, I guess you just have to find your way into the back door. Which I don't know how to find. The exits. It's not like the elevator's gonna stop midway and be like, hey, get off. It'd be funny if it did, though. Okay, let's see. I forget which one is ice and which one is darkness. I want to see real fast before we go into darkness. If we go into ice, is it going to be like... Is the door going to be locked? Maybe the door will be locked and be like, hey, you really can't go that way. I'm curious what'll happen. Is this gonna, like, drain my health really, really fucking fast? I really shouldn't be here. Wait. I thought this was the ice area. Well, there's some doors that I can't open yet. So maybe I'm still locked out. Oh, door I can't open. Let's see. Am I gonna freeze to death right as soon as I step through this door? No. This was the ice zone. Wasn't this the ice zone? Seems just like the regular zone. Not exactly frozen. Not exactly dying. Huh. Seems pretty... It seems pretty chill. Eh? Eh? Pretty normal. Get it? Because, chill, cold? Yeah, got it. It makes sense. Maybe the Arctic stuff is like later in the world. There's gotta be cold rooms in here somewhere. Man, I could go for playing Metroid Dread again in its entirety. Around the time, I think like a year ago, around like Game of the Year time last year, when I like to replay the games that I played over the course of a year. Oh yeah, that's death to me. There we go. There's the cold area, and indeed it did fuck us up really bad. For Game of the Year, I like to replay a bunch of the games that I played. And one of them last year was, of course, Metroid Dread. And for that, I started the hard mode. And I started replaying it. Didn't get super far, but did get somewhat into it. And fuck if that game's not good. I wouldn't mind actually going back and finishing that. Maybe, hell, fuck, I should do that on my own time, right? Be a perfectly good off-stream game to play. Not everything has to be content. A lot of things are best not content, so you can do things like listen to podcasts and whatever while you're doing so. Okay, here's the plan. Let's go back to Sector 5 now. The night chapter. Or Chapter 6, sorry. Back to Chapter 6. Sector 6. We'll see what we can do here. We're gonna have to avoid the ice guys, but, you know, that's normal. That's how that chapter usually works. Let me talk about this. I've been re-listening to the Revolutions podcast. Recently, I talked about how I was re-listening to Mike Duncan's History of Rome. Finished that. And, well, I've decided to move on to re-listening to Revolutions, his follow-up podcast, which is sort of like seasonal, in that, like, there's a season on the English Revolution, one on the American Revolution, the French Revolution, and it goes on forward in time, hitting the revolutions like the Haitian Revolution, like Central American revolutions, Mexican, Russian, and a few that are a little more obscure, like the Paris Commune, and a couple others. I've re-listened to the first two parts, which is to say the American Revolution and the English Revolution, which is also called the English Civil War because it is kind of more of a civil war than a revolution. And it's good. I do think that the American Revolution... It's funny because the American Revolution is one of the most famous ones and the one that, like, as an American, I know the best. Or, like, it has permeated the public consciousness a lot. But I do think that as the seasons of the show Revolutions, the American Revolution is maybe just a little too heavy on, like, oh, and then there was a big military war, and that's what a lot of the season is focused on. I jump and jump ball. Good, cool. A lot of other revolutions are very focused on, like, politics and, like, stuff moving around, like, different factions vying for power. Whereas, like, the middle and, like, bulk of the American Revolution is like, okay, the Americans and British fought a war, and these are the various engagements that went down up and down the coast. Where I think, like, the most interesting stuff is like the build up to the war and the cool-down from the war after it, you know, like going into the Articles of Confederation and then the Declaration, not the Declaration of Independence, the whatchamacallit, the Constitution. All that stuff is interesting, but it is a little rushed as a result of just how much they have to do on the military stuff. Also, for the first two revolutions, Mike Duncan was very much limiting himself to 15-episode seasons with a few, like, supplemental episodes. But, you know, for the French Revolution, turned out that was impossible. Instead of 15, he did 50 episodes on that. And that ended up being kind of a trend where some revolutions take, like, 20. Some take, like, 50, or, like, the Russian Revolution, Jesus Christ, that took, like, at least 100. Maybe 150. Which, by the way, he's finished them all now. Revolutions podcast is wrapping up now, which is, and then now they're like he's going into like a little bit of like summary and like summing up and trying to get any like through lines throughout the whole course of the show, which is nice. And it's really made going back a bit of fun. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, and we're gonna continue from here once I get back. Please enjoy the lovely music. Hey y'all, I am back. Let's continue. Ooh. We've been over there. So let's continue over to that direction. We have now got the high jump and the jump ball. Which are cool. Though, you know, we already have the gravity. We already have the ability to, like, somersault infinitely, so... Not exactly the strongest thing. We need to be careful about those frozen X parasites. Now, I've said before that the way that... Ow. Spoilers for Metroid Dread. Spoilers for Metroid Dread. Mute your setups right now if you want to not be spoiled. In the same way that the X parasites returned in Metroid Dread, and when you saw them, I was just like, holy fuck, they're back! I should not be destroying. Shit. I should avoid destroying blocks if I can help it. Ow. Ow, ow, ow. In the same way that the X-Parasites came back, I would really love it if the Ing came back as well. I think they would be really good fodder even for a 2D game. You know, even if not a, you know, a Prime. Like, it'd be really cool. I think, you know what I'll say? I'll say is that, they should just do Metroid Prime 2, but 2D. They should just say, like, okay, the Ing are back, there's a dark world again, on this completely other planet, and you have no idea why. You know, and I'm sure there are some people who would be like, but that was just Phazon. You can't do that again, it's over. To which I would say, like, you just say that's true, yes. It was Phazon that did that. But you just wave your hands and say, like, okay, but what if it wasn't Phazon? What if the Phazon stuff was just a quinkadink, and those guys are actually out there doing other things? They're like so many other things that Phazon corrupted and made part of itself. They are just out there, and even in places that aren't necessarily, you know, Phazon based. Eh? Eh? Really? Really? So the stealth sequence doesn't happen, and also you're trapped down here. Man, I would have really liked it. I'll say of this randomizer, it's really good, but yeah, it's kind of fucked up. They left these soft locks in here. I think I have no choice but to reset. Fortunately, I did save right before the area that I soft locked in. That's good. You can only go there once we get the power bomb. Let me get this missile again, which, yeah, I was 2 missiles short of what I was actually at. My count was off. I think I'm 2 energy tanks off as well. Let me check. Yeah, I've got 11 energy tanks. And 10 of these and 9 of these. Yep, that's right. Okay. My count was a little off. Wait, what? What? How? Wait. So far, I think that this randomizer could use some quality of life type business. Some adjustments that prevent you from soft locking in some places. Okay, we can just get enough speed to... We can just get enough speed to activate our thing, so we need to space jump up and go through the... Fuck. There's really no way to get... Yeah, there's really no way to get over there without the guy. There we go. I'm gonna do a quick save Rooney here. Huh. Damn. Let's see where we're supposed to go next. I guess we've explored this area, so I guess the next step is to go to previous worlds and look for places that we haven't explored yet. For places that are opened with abilities we've gotten more recently. To do that sort of thing. We can also return to here, to like the top floor, and like recharge our health, and then go back in with full health and try damage boosting through some of the rooms that are like full of ice guys. It's a bit of a trip though. The X are smart. Did I say ing again? Not the X. Okay, let's... I didn't save, so I'm just gonna make a quick save real fast right here. If we die, we'll return to there and we'll just exit the left world. Maybe we'll talk to Adam, try to get a hint. Probably stuff we can do now in Sector 2. The first sector we really looked at. Okay, that's not so bad. Varia suit, come on, give me the Varia suit. Just another power bomb tank. You know, with how much these guys are fucking me over, not sure I have the gas in order to get through this section here with all these guys. Let me make a quick second save. Ow, ow. Well, actually, I had just enough to get through. And there's a power bomb. And screw attack required. Well, shit. Now I have to really be careful to avoid those guys on the way back because I really can't take any more ice. But look at that, I already did it. Pretty much did it. Let's go get a hint from Adam. I think that is fine. We now have gone into each world as far as we can do, as far as I know. And if anything's opened up, it doesn't occur to me off the top of my head. Sure. This will be hit 9 someday. Okay. I guess the hint system isn't built yet. Okay, let's go into Chapter 2. Sector 2. I suppose there is I think there is a spoiler log I could look at. You really don't give me a hint? Give me a hint, man. Looks like the hints are randomized anyway. I wonder if it's gonna be like contextual, like, oh, let me tell you about something you haven't gotten yet that you can do, you can't get. That would be how it should be done. I will say some of the hint systems and other randomizers are a little underdeveloped. Like, you'll go there and they'll be like, in Paper Mario, for instance, there's a fortune teller that you can use for hints. But she'll just be like, you know, you'll say like, okay, tell me about a key item. She'll be like, okay. There's a letter right here. And you'll be like, letters are useless. Tell me about something else. And she'll be like, okay. She'll say like, oh, there's a letter in Koopa's Bros Fortress. And you'll say, okay, I don't care about that. Give me another one. What's another key item? And she'll say, okay. There's a letter in Koopa Bros Fortress. And you'll say, okay, that's the same one. Here's another 10 coins. What do you got? And she'll be like, okay, there's a letter in flower fields. And you'll say like, okay, still don't care about those. Give me another. I just say, okay. There's a letter in Koopa Bros Fortress. God damn it again. It's like you get the same hints repeatedly, and also, you know, those hints are of limited value if they're just for items that are not particularly useful. I do feel like looking at the spoiler log at this point, well, at any point, does take a little bit of the fun out of it. Maybe what I should do is I should look up, like, hats and, like, things I'm maybe not realizing that I can get to now. Like, I betcha there's stuff that I can get to that I just don't know the way to. No? Let me Google that real fast. Maybe Metroid. Where did I find this Fusion Randomizer? Let me. Randomizer. Let's see. That's right. Yeah, okay, it was from a forum, actually, where it was posted. Metroid Fusion Open Randomizer. Let's see. I guess if you... I wonder if there's like a Discord for it or something. Discord. Search, yeah, add the word Discord. Just the Discord for, like, Fusion in itself, I guess. I guess not every randomizer has a community. But I would say that probably is a good idea if you're making a randomizer. Just, like, you know, build that community, and also you got, like, people probably that'll help you build it. They'll help you build it and, you know, bug hunt and all that. Whereas, like, I feel like if your main place for it is a forum, you're gonna find limited help in, like, bug hunting, and even, like, you know, you're not necessarily gonna get people posting, like, when they're streaming, so that you can see if it goes well for them or if they have trouble or whatever. Whereas, like, if you do have a Discord, you know, it's probably easier to find such streams and figure out, like, okay, seems like it went well, or seems like, oh, that could be an issue. Easier to get feedback with such things. I'd really like to find something good. Anyway, Power bomb. Okay, shit. Make sure there's nothing down these nooks. That'd be a great place for a little bombable wall. Indeed there is. And just a tank. There was the area where there's a boss, but I was bombing around and I didn't find the way in. that opens some other way, other place. You know, I'll say, I think it's probably been like at least 5 years since the last time I played this game, which would be when it was on Wii U Virtual Console. So, you know, hey, well, maybe not exactly 5 years. Maybe I played it like since the Switch came out, but it's less likely than. Dang. You know what we can do? There was a boss fight that we couldn't defeat earlier because we didn't have enough missiles to actually kill it, and we don't have the charge beam either, so missiles or bust, basically. But I think we can probably do it now pretty handily with, like, the 50 missiles we've amassed. Let's go do that. I think that's a good plan. That's something we know we can do, and it's a big thing. Okay, what we need to do now... Well, first off, let me make sure there's really no way to get down here until... I think what happens is the wall, the floor gets destroyed somehow. We can go through here. That doesn't happen until we destroy the thing. So I think when we destroy it, when we kill the boss, we'll probably open up the way forward. Let's do that. There is a point in every Metroid game when you go from having not enough missiles, not enough energy, to enough to be fine in any case. You know, prepared for anything that comes your way. I already got this, but whatever. Yeah, there was totally like a power up here or something, but it's already gone. Don't know why I'm bombing. It's already gone. Yeah, I gotta have a look at the configuration options, see if we can start off with... If we could start off with, like, full stats, I feel like that would be, like, the best way to do, like, a casual, quicko run. You know, no fuss, no muss, 2 hours in and out. Just going directly to all the bosses, all the major items, and just doing whatever can be done in any given case. Boss is up here, right? No, up through there. The way the double jump works is so cool. I guess... I don't know. It's fiddly in Dread, too. But in Dread, you get like a double jump before you get the base jump. So like it really matters because you can easily burn your jump by trying to double jump too soon. Whereas in this, it's not literally that restrictive. Okay, here we go. Fortunately, I have, like, so much health. Jeez. I went in with like like 50 missiles and still was almost just was just barely enough. I wonder if this guy typically like takes more damage from beams, or if is like programmed to not take as much damage from a super missile as like you would normally, right? Maybe this guy is from later in the game. I don't know if like this area, if you can get to it in the first visit to this zone. Jeez, that was a lot of hits. Missile tank! Great! Tough motherfucker. Damn it. Damn it all. Well, that was, this guy. Metroid. Ah, shit! I wonder if that opens the other boss in this area now for, fighting. Oh, all the roots are gone. Okay, yeah, that's important, that's important. Yeah, we opened up a bunch of stuff by doing that. Okay. I still don't know how you get into the... Whatever. Let's go hit up the save. Oh, wait a minute. No, we can't do that. There's a power bomb block. I'm gonna hit up the fake save. Why not? Motherfucker. Pro moves. I dodged by falling there. What the fuck is with this room? I guess when you come in the first time, you're supposed to come in from the right, and there's mines on the floor. Oh, this must be from like a... This totally must be from one of the Metroid chases. The SSX chases. I get why, you know, they can't do them. Because you can come in a lot of rooms from behind. Those bees still do not fuck around. Hello? somehow wound up in the central reactor core. Okay. Well, we were wondering how we get to this whole area. I guess we found a way. Go. There's a guy in the way, though. It's a shame. Also, that just leads back to the start, and we don't have the door open to begin with, so yeah, it's all fine. This also gonna be blocked off? It is. We don't have the wave beam, so yeah. Also fun, we're gonna have to go back through those motherfuckers on the way back, huh? Oh, look at that, we can just pass on through the other side. Hit the song. Ha. Should've used my missiles. I'll use my missiles next time against that guy. Let's play it safe. I only have 13, but that's more than I had the first time I was in this area. See a card. Did you hear about Japan reopening tourism? Oh yeah. That news came out today. Apparently in October, they're gonna reopen for... Fuck! In October, they're gonna reopen for tourism. Excited about that. I'm not necessarily planning any trips in the immediate future. I think that 2022, I'm a little tripped out, honestly. But like, goddamn, I would love to go back to Japan on a second trip. I'd love to go back to Japan on a second trip. You know, I a few years ago, like 2018, the December 2018, I spent 2 weeks in Japan on vacation, and it was a lot of fun to see the sights, to travel to, you know, Tokyo, Kyoto, and Osaka. And god damn, that's a fantastic country. Haha, that's good, thank you. Fuck. Highly recommended if anyone has the means and the desire to go to Japan. It's just a fantastic trip. You know, there's so much to see, and it's all so easily travelable, right? You can get into a train and go basically anywhere you want, which is something that, like, you know, you can't say about America, you know, and maybe you can't say about Europe, but the trains are clean. They're efficient. They go everywhere, and like, yeah, you can get basically anywhere in the country just on trains for pretty much nothing. Negligible amounts of money. Taking a beating here. Bitch. And it's just full of beautiful things to see, whether you're talking about, like, you know, shrines. There's a lot of good ones there. lot of great like temples and stuff to see in like the Kyoto area. I saved, right? Yeah, I did. There's a lot of good shrines and shit you can see, especially if you're going to Kyoto. That's like the highlight. Is checking out all the shrines and cool shit, the bamboo forest. There's lovely food, ramen, rice bowls, the works, everything good's there. Maybe occasionally you'll just have like a burger or something if you want to, like, you know, refresh your good old American palate. You know, burgers are very important to us as a staple food. I don't know about you, but I need a burger every now and again. That's just like a steady. I lived though. Okay. Saving. Ugh. Ooh. My leg feels a little bit cramped. That doesn't open up the thing? What does open up the thing then? God damn. I don't even know if that even has anything good. This area is probably one of the more confusing parts of the game. Casually. The first time you play it, because you do have to, like, trigger specific cutscenes to actually get this working. Maybe you get through this wall? I thought you came in through the top, but that fucking ceiling is not opening. So I don't know what the fuck. Metroid Fusion. Walkthrough. Just gonna look up a walkthrough on my phone real fast. I'm just gonna scroll forward to where it goes to chapter 2. Chapter 2, second area. Yeah, you come in from above. How does that work? Do come in from above, so let's see. Let me see. Exactly does it do though? Okay, here it is. Fuck. Oh, damn it. I had the right idea, but you know what? I'm kicking myself here, realizing what I did. It's this room. It's this room that he's over. I was one room off. Leave that one room off. Well, I hope this guy has something good for me. What would you do if you got stuck in here without the high jump, though? I wonder about things like that. I feel like if you're making a randomizer, you ought to make sure that there's some sort of anti-softlock thing that prevents that sort of thing, right? Like, oh, just lay a bomb instead, and maybe a thing will lift you off if you can't otherwise exit the room. Big dingus. This guy is one big. There we go. Loud broken hit. Missile tank. I also beat this guy. Not that guy. Just identified one of the bosses. I'm now noticing. This is nothing, right? Oh, wait a minute. It's something, but I don't have it. I do have the ability to jump up here, so I guess I'm good. Maybe the logic just makes sure that you have to have base jump or the high jump in order to get over here, which would mean that it would have to be very early on, right? In order to like make it required. What's that in a few rooms over? That was something that required the gravity suit, so we can't get over there. Let's go do that then. I at some point should cut this off. But I don't know. Okay. So, what do I do now? There's probably a million places we can go now. Honestly, like, I guess let's go back to Tropical, go back to the other worlds and just see what we can do. Now, it shouldn't require us to go through lava or an ice room to do the seed. Logic should not allow for that, but not sure what else on the table. I suppose it's also possible that we might have missed a minor collectible along the way, like hidden behind some wall that I just didn't know existed. That's also very possible and a concern with you know, this randomizer, the way I have it configured. But, you know, that if we didn't have that, we wouldn't have things being hidden in places that weren't obvious. Everything would just be a key item where key items were, and that's not. I do feel like that kind of is against the spirit of a random. Oh no, I guess both ways are valid. We have found a lot. We have made a good deal of progress. And I guess I shouldn't take getting stuck to mean that we've done this already. I guess I should take getting stuck not as like end of the line type situation, just like, you know, hey, complicated. There's a lot of stuff here. It is late. It is late. I mean, I had a big long nap / sleep before the stream, so I'm fine to just keep trucking, but it'd be reasonable to call it sometimes, especially since I am kind of floundering at this point. Here's what I'm thinking. Let me know if this sounds reasonable. Everyone who's here. 6 are over there. 1, 3, or 4. What have we gotten recently? We've gotten the high jump. We've gotten the... which does nothing for us. We've had the speed booster for ages. We need something new, I think. Make any more further progress. Here's what I'm thinking. Next boss that we beat, we'll call it a night. But we have to find a boss first. So that is a little bit difficult. This needs, I'll say, this needs like a working hit system. That to me is a pretty big issue this far. How about that? Why didn't I get that earlier? Probably all locked up by a power bomb. That's why I didn't get it. And I didn't accidentally get the power bomb at any point, did I? Haha, no, I didn't. I would know if I got the power bomb. Okay, that whole area up there is nothing. I've already cleared it out. Unless I can get down there. Unless I can get down into to the right. There's actually nothing I can do in this world. Unless I can now get down into the right. There must be a minor collectible I'm missing. Either that or the logic broke and it gave me a bad seed. Yeah, you can't get down there until you can use the fusion missile. So yeah, these areas are closed off. Fuck. Okay, here's what I'm gonna say. We're gonna look into these other areas that we haven't been to in a bit. We go to Sector 3? Yes, that's the fire sector. Yeah, a lot of fire rooms in here. Yeah. We're gonna go double check, see if we can get into any areas that we couldn't do before. I believe it is set up where I shouldn't have to, like, damage boost through any of the fire areas. Which means that... Let's just try it, fuck it. It's not that bad here. Screw attack. Shit, that was absolutely worth it. Not sure if that was necessary, but shit, man. Screwing now. Screw. That opens up all kinds of possibilities for us. Not that I can necessarily think of any off the top of my head. There are certainly a lot of places where screw attack doors are one obstacle. Or like the main thing in our way, so shit. I'm not sure that was in the logic, but sure, man, take it. Let's see, where's some places we can go? I think there... Now maybe I'm misremembering, but I think there is a place at the bottom of the first area that was blocked off by screw attacks. So I think that is a place we can go for sure. I know at the generator area beyond Sector 2, there was a screw attack area, I think. Was it a one-way door? I think there's some screw attacks back in Chapters 2 that we can do as well. Make sure there's nothing over here. Oh, there's absolutely something over. Oh. Energy tank. Take it. Beautiful, beautiful. There's some... Yeah, at the bottom of all these, like, space pirates, there's this deed we can also just fall through with the screw attack, which is pretty handy. That's a cool thing about the space attack, since they know, or the screw attack, they know that you have the space jump by the time you get it. They can be like, yeah, all those platforms, they're not real platforms. Just fall right through them with the screw attack. Makes it really easy to both get up and get over. There we go. There's where we need to go. Eat shit, space pirates. Alright, we got some new shit going on now. Also, this is instructive because you can see, like, oh, these turtles, they die to screw attack. Screw them, they're dead. What a concept. Imagine if you got screw attack first, how weird would that be? And we got one way here. The funny thing is, in this, since it's a randomizer and all, good, okay, we can get through. We're gonna have to... You're supposed to come in from the other end, but fortunately... Geez, I guess if you didn't have super missiles, you'd just be soft-locked there between a rock and a hard place. Unless they put in some sort of, like, okay, the door opens. Let you out because you're supposed to have missiles. What happens if you ran out of missiles? You'd be fucked. That sort of thing is important to account for. Because if you don't, you'll end up with a lot of soft lock situations. And you know, I think I've run into multiple soft locks so far tonight. I do think that is something they should really work on. Putting in some sort of like, let's say the tank where you jump in with the skeleton guy, the skeleton dude. Put in a ladder on the other side so you can climb on out. These guys are funny. They suck on you, just like a Metroid does, but less good. I wonder if the idea is, because this is Sector 1 and all, this is based on the environment of the Metroids. I wonder if those guys are like relatives of Metroids. But like, you know, divergent, you know, not from the same family, but like somewhat related. Energy sucking fellas. Hey, here's the restricted zone. Wouldn't you know it, we're not allowed in. Well, shit. I guess that figures. There's a power-up over here. Where is it? I wonder. Oh, it's gotta be through that wall. Wait, no, that's not right. Maybe it is right? How do you get that? Need to quickly fourth ball here. Drop bombs all along that wall. There we go. I can't do the aiming thing. I can in Zero Mission, I guess. Have to jump it. How does that work? You might need the diffusion. Might need the diffusion for this. Jeez, if you could do it, that would have done it. Oh, hang on, you can't sort of do it at an angle. Come on, that looks so good. I'm sure you're supposed to use the diffusion beam for this, the diffusion missile, rather than trying to like get in on an angle. Rather than try to get it now. Oh, there we go. All that for a missile tank. Well, such as randomizers. You can't know what's good and what's not. Random isn't. So, wait. Oh, good, there's a thing in the floor. I was about to say, like, the way back is blocked by a one-way thing. The way up is blocked by guys you need the wave beam for. So where the fuck you go? There's apparently right here in the floor. Assuming you can get this guy. Are we soft locked? I don't have anything that can kill this guy. And door won't open. And I have saved. I think I saved there. Correct me if I'm wrong. But this looks like a mighty pickle. Mighty pickle? A mighty big pickle. This looks mighty fucked up. I think I can... yeah, there's no way to get to those guys without the wave beam or the diffuser missile. And I don't have either. Speaking of the wave beam, hello. And like I said, this is blocked off by a one-way. So there's no returning. How's the rando going? I think I'm soft locked. I'm trapped in an area. I don't have any means to get out. I don't have the right items to proceed. Well, unless these guys are gonna turn into an item, don't know what I do from here. Good to see you again, Shag. How you doing? Doing pretty good. Looking forward to that charity thing tomorrow that Glower's doing. Any percent, no major skips, right? So it's like it's like glitchless in that you're doing like 1 through 7, but there are glitches along the way. Is that right? I wonder what sort of glitches come into play when you're not like skipping chapters. Like, I'm very curious about that. Very curious about that. Well, I've never seen that route before, that run before, so should be interesting. How about I do... I'm gonna save a state real fast. I'm gonna reset. Maybe I didn't save. You haven't seen it either? Yeah. Reset. Yeah, I saved in the soft lock area. How about if I load a state? What was the last state I did? So here's now 12, 12, 13. And no, don't sleep mode. And here's everything I have. Now let's try reloading one of the save states I made along the way and seeing what is the most recent one leading in. The most recent one was 30 minutes ago. Great. Let's see. Yeah, this was before I got the screw attack. So, yeah. There really nothing I can do? I'm gonna... Let's return to the soft lock area. And see... maybe there's a way to, like, return to spawn or something. You know, and some randomizers I've seen, that's totally an option. Metroid Fusion Randomizer. Open randomizer. Okay, I'm gonna try to find the open site. Let's see. It doesn't actually require too much past knowledge, as long as you don't mind saving on the main deck, for the most part, or in the entrance to sectors. That way you can reset to a save point if you softlock. Fuck! You know there's a softlock, just put in a fucking fix! Just put in, like, hit select, go back to the hub. How hard would that be? Let me see. These posts are from a year ago, so maybe in the most recent version, there's a way to get out of the soft lock. I feel like this sort of thing would be, let's see. Feeling knittery, you can make your progression. Let's see. Erosion. Okay. I'm just gonna look at the most recent page on this forum post about the game. Let's see. Sector Shuffle. Boss fights to get major upgrades compared to right. Let me search this thread for the word soft lock. Maybe someone has. Maybe there's a solution now. How do I search a fucking thread? I don't think I can search the thread itself, just fucking. Okay, you know what? You know what? We gotta bite the bullet. Losing 30 minutes of progress is better than being soft locked entirely. I don't think they have a solution. They don't have like a warp to home right now. They should add that though, because man, it sucks. It sucks to get here and be like, okay, I guess I'm going back in time. 12, so that should be 24. Those, and I don't think I've lost anything other than the screw attack, which I know where it is. Okay. I'm lucky I made that save state just as a precaution. And I guess we're learning now. Just go ahead and make those liberally. Just go ahead and make them at the start of every area. Soft locks are abound. I want to get the screw attack, and I want to use it somewhere good and somewhere that brings me somewhere new. So let's head on back to where we were. I'm gonna grab the soft lock. The soft lock. I'm gonna grab the screw attack. It's in sector 3. I remember where it is, fortunately. All the other things that I got, you know, they were just minor collectibles. Don't need to get them. There's a lot of potential here, I think. A lot of potential, but man, the soft locks. It seems like such an unforced error to have those in there and just not fix them. You know? And not even like... You should have like just... On the start menu, right? On the pause menu. Instead of the sleep mode, just remove sleep and put in a thing where it's like... warp. Instead. Fast travel. And it maybe would say like... Go back to the start of the game, go back to the last save point, go to the exit of the sector in. Just like those 3 options and just warp you to wherever you need to go. And that would be such a big quality of life improvement. I wonder if there's like where exactly you would give feedback to that, because god damn. And it's not like what I'm asking for is like unheard of, like Paper Mario Randomizer, for instance, famously has a homeward shroom. Famously, I don't know, famously. But it has like a warp home option available to you at all times, which is just handy as hell for you know, getting back after spending a bunch of time in the field. But like, yeah, I understand, you know, there's complicated cases in some of these things, right? Like, oh, a one-way door, for instance. It's supposed to be kind of a barrier to you, but if there's no other way out, the door needs to open. You know? There's totally a game that does that. It's not coming to mind right now what it is. There's a game where when you don't have a way forward, it opens up, like, it just opens up a door that otherwise would be locked. If it detects that you are soft-locked, you would otherwise be soft-locked. What is that game? I think it's some sort of Metroidvania, but I can't recall which. I don't think it's a Metroid. I don't think it's a Castlevania. I think it's like some very rare circumstance where like, oh, you got over here, but you have no way out. You dingus. Okay, here, the door's just gonna open for you. Okay, let's go into 3. Let's get a thing. And then screw attack, and then maybe we'll find some places to use it. The boss room in Sector 2 had a screw attack thing. So we can go to the boss room in Sector 2 and use the screw attack there. We could also try just pushing through some of these hot rooms. Some more of these hot rooms. Like this one, for instance, had the screw attack at the end of it. So going through these might be worth our while, honestly. I guess they're not unlike the dark areas from Metroid Prime 2, where it's the same deal. Now, if they wanted to, they could totally build engaging areas around, like, oh, you gotta go through the fire. I forget, does Dread do that? I think Dread might do that. In some of these games, the fire rooms are strictly like, okay, turn back, do not go through. No. Whereas in some other ones, it's like, okay, you're good to go. Go ahead and continue from here. I want to see if there's anything we can get over here before we leave this area. You know what? I'll make a. The gloves are off now. Fucking save state away. I mean, dying is one thing, right? Like if I ran out of health, I do concede that like that is a case where I very well should restart at a checkpoint. But soft locking, nah, I don't think that's really really valid as a way of dying. No. And I'm pretty sure I set it so that the logic doesn't require you to pass through these areas, these fire areas. But fuck it, let's just do it. Maybe there'll be something that'll let me beat the, you know, give me something good. That's not the various suit, right? And if we do see the various suit, I guess I didn't set that logic. Okay, through here's the scientist. All right, let's go. Okay. Hey, scientist. You're not a person. You're an ing. No, you're an X. Jeez, ing. Let's see, what's it gonna be? A power bomb tank. Wait. Well, that was a boss beat. I did say maybe the next boss would do it, but you know what I'll say about this randomizer? Just having it so that, you know, the bosses are just regular dudes, right? And are kind of just nothing. And just give you nothing to get good to go on. Kinda does like feel bad. You know, it's like, oh, I went and fought a boss. What did I get for it? Fucking nothing. But you know, what are you gonna do about that, right? It's not like in the other, like in Super Metroid, right? You have to do the bosses. They're required to open the ending. But this, they're just guys with items, key items. And if they're randomized, they're nothing. They got nothing. Not required. Don't do nothing. Yeah, there's nothing down there. Yet. Well, let's go over here. The other fire area. Just, you know, just push on through. Up. We gotta get up to get down. That's like a song? Like a song. Okay, there's a missile tank. Don't need it. There's a pickup here. Oh, that's it. That's the one in the wall. Okay, this is just from 2 missile tanks. Like I said, logically, it can't be a progression thing over here. Over here in the fire areas. But Fuck it. It's worth checking. Yeah, I guess the thing is, if the bosses aren't satisfying, and every time I get a key item, I'm like, oh yeah, we gotta keep rolling. This opens up so much potential. Then there is really no clear stopping point, is there? Tell you what. I'll be satisfied with the next boss. And that'll be the end, whatever it is. Even if I get it, and I get, like, jack shit out of doing it, or... Okay, it has to do something good for me. Killing it, other than giving me a power-up. It has to be like, oh, I can go past it and go to a new area or something. And I think that's a pretty small ask, I think. I mean, a lot of these guys, they should have whole areas behind them, or like things to unlock. I want to go to Sector 2, check some stuff there. Can you believe that when I started this, when I was like, before this stream, I was in bed, I was taking a little nap, I was like, oh, I'm so tired. You know, this might be a short stream, I might just do a short stream and then go back to bed. And, well, you know, hey, once I got in there, once I'm on the air, I feel awake, and I'm just ready to party. I guess I did sleep 10 hours, or 9 or 10 hours the other day, so I got sleep stockpiled, man. I got sleep stockpiled. And my sleep schedule tomorrow is probably going to be all screwy, though. I guess, you know, I've been thinking like, this is taking... We've only been going like for 2 hours in this file, well, resets aside, maybe 2.5. We have made remarkable progress for 2.5 hours. I'd say we are maybe most of the way through the game. Cutting out all the story of Metroid Fusion really does speed things up remarkably. Okay. What's the fastest way down to the bottom? I don't know, I'm just gonna wing it. Run in a direction and see if we can find a way down. Really looking forward to that glower stream tomorrow. Should be fun. Definitely will, definitely planning on doing a little dono for that. And I hope that he gets, like, a bunch of the goals that he's looking for. And, you know, obviously, tomorrow, the raid will probably be going over Glower's way. I say, it will be. I'll say that now. Unless he were to end the stream before my raid, which, no, that's not gonna happen. That's not gonna happen, I don't think. Question mark? I'm not sure how the timing works. That's the only circumstance where the raid doesn't go to Glower. It is particularly if he stops streaming before I stop streaming. Which, you know, I'll be doing like 6 p.m. Central to like 8 or so, you know, I think if he's gonna keep on going as long as he can be awake, like, yeah, it's not gonna end before I end. No, sorry. Alright, here we are again. I know there's one in the boss room. Look at that, these guys are actually way easier now. I can just land on them with this screw attack. These guys are easy in the main game because you have the wide beam by this point, but you don't here, so, you know, what are you gonna do? You can't really hit them very easily. Yeah, I don't want to repeat myself too much, but like I will say again, god damn, if you know about a soft lock, you know the soft lock exists and like, just put in a fast travel. Just put in a fast travel that gets you around it. Warps you back to home. And that's all. That's all you have to do. And then you don't have any more problems like that going forward. You know what I mean? Just make it so like, oh, return to home, return to last save. Just hit a few buttons and bing, bang, boom, you're done. I mean, I don't know if it's like, oh, in Metroid... I guess I shouldn't speak out my ass, right? Like, maybe in Metroid Fusion, I heard that, like, the way progression works in general in Metroid Fusion makes it really hard to make into a randomizer, made it really hard to make into a randomizer. So maybe there's some complication that makes a soft lock prevention, like a warp system, not possible. You know, you can't just immediately warp from one save room to another without screwing up this or that. What the hell? Oh, this is before this boss. Huh. I guess the save point was before I fought this boss. Okay, shit. I'll refight it then. Didn't give me anything good, so it's not... Also, this one does not count for what I was saying. I fought this boss before. So, not a new boss. I don't consider this to be... Pream ending. Okay. Going back to what I was saying a little while ago, kind of interested in doing another Japan trip now that they're reopened for tourism. You know, when I left Japan after my long trip 2 years ago, I was like, oh, I don't know if there's any time where I would really want to return, because honestly I saw pretty much everything I wanted to see. I pretty much had a complete like, I pretty much completely did Japan, right? And I don't know what would be left to see. You know, I guess I could go to new cities, but like, yeah, I kind of feel like Osaka, Tokyo, and Kyoto are where it's at. And also, I do think, like, even in the... I'll say of Kyoto of Osaka really fast. I will say, personally speaking, I did find Osaka to be a little lacking as far as, like... I had trouble filling up the 2.5 days that I spent there, actually. Which seems weird if you think about it, right? Like, 2.5 days isn't that long. Should be able to fill up an itinerary, but man, I was struggling. I was like, Cup Noodle Museum, aquarium. I'll go to the aquarium. Aquarium's really nice. I happened to find a JoJo's Bizarre Adventure like exhibition that was happening at the time in Osaka, which was a really happy coincidence because I really enjoy JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, and I was really shocked that, like, oh shit, I heard this was going on in Tokyo, but you know, I knew that I wasn't in the window for that, but apparently it had moved to Osaka and was cock. And had opened up shop by the time I got there. Wait, there's something in the corner there too. Well, just logically. Yeah, that's just a missile tank. This... Fuck that. We're done with that one. Make sure it's not here. Okay, let's check this wall thoroughly. Okay, that's another... Powerbomb tank. Okay, this worm's a bust. I've gotten 30 power bombs that I cannot use. Great. And that's a missile tank, right? It's not like an upgraded missile or something? Yeah, that's just, that's not this. That's green. It's like a green missile. It's the diffusion missile. I would be able to tell. Shit. There's a room up there that I haven't gone into. Maybe that'll be something good. Do another quick save. Just for the sake of a, just for the sake of a restore point. Alright, I have to go around. Might be blocked by a power bomb as well. Possible. Now, I don't want to assume that, like, there's an obvious way to do things. Maybe it's very technically challenging to set up a thing that returns you the start if you die. But that would make it a lot less of a pain in the ass. You know what? I think there was some screw attack stuff in the generator. How we get to the generator, so do that. There's definitely a wave beam door over here, but I think also maybe screw attack thing. Now this just leads back to the hub, but you need to have the red doors and also whatever kills these guys. I thought that killing one of the bosses made them all come to life, but they didn't come to life, not yet. Not sure where that happens. Okay, let's see. There's the save here. Take a save. Funny, we don't have this room on our map because the last time I guess we went here we died, or that progress got lost. Okay, so that requires the wave beam. What about... There was a door up here, right? Yes. What about this door? Please tell me screw attack. Well, nothing yet, actually. Did I just totally miss this the last time? I think I totally missed this. I don't remember this at all. Holy shit. Completely obvious new area that I guess I just overlooked entirely. Thinking it was, all screwed. All screwed to hell. There you go. I wonder if, like, you can tell the difference between a power bomb and the data to use it. It is interesting from, like, I guess in Fusion in particular, there is a fine distinction between, like, pickups and the ability, right? So, you don't necessarily... Capacity and the ability to use bombs aren't the same thing. Whereas, like, in a Super Metroid, all these tanks would just immediately be like, oh yeah, you got the bombs now. There you go. Your first tank is your first bomb. But the Fusion is different. Which I think in the case of Fusion is mostly just a minor, not even really meaningful difference. Oh, there's a boss room. Is this Ridley? Let me do a save. I'll tell you what. If this is Ridley, I would absolutely be satisfied with that. Oh, it's not Ridley, but it's like a big spider guy, that's right. This is good music. Funky spider music. You know, the other day was the day of the song. September. Y'all think about that? Hope you did. It's a good song, and it has ownership of not only the month of September, but in particular, especially that day. What a good, like, unintentional move to, like, cement your song in, like, the memory of the people. To name it after a month so that every time that month rolls around, everyone's like, oh, it's September. It's time for September music. Time for the September song. I guess there are other examples of that, like, you know, there's most famously Christmas music. There's probably also songs about, like, summer stuff, like, oh yeah, the sun is up, you're going to the beach. That's very much summer. That's very much summer music. And of course, December, Christmas music, goes without saying. Tell you what, I want to completely finish exploring this area. And like, if I could get to a new area. You know what, I'll say that. Like, if I could enter, like, the ocean area. Oh, thank God. Since I don't have the charge beam, it's essential that I don't run out of missiles. If we do, we're basically screwed. We just have to die. Or, more specifically, reload the save that I have, you know, on hand as a backup. Capacity. Okay, so I don't have to fiddle with the power thing. Nor do I have to do the navigation room. And here's the one-way exiting. Oh, I guess it's the exit. Yeah, so... Does defeating that guy open up areas back where we came from? I think there's some logic to that in the base game. But I can't remember. Let's go back to the cold area. Fuck it. Well, you know what? Actually. I remember this area being bigger. Look at that. It's tiny. Just a couple of rooms off to the side. I remember it being bigger. Yeah, we can, I think... Nope. Nope, those guys are still there. Oh, what the fuck? If you freeze them, you can move past them? That's a weird interaction. But okay, fine. Take note. But this door is locked, so we can't go through. Huh? Wait, what? Are you fucking kidding me? Oh. Oh. I don't have a power bomb. How did that happen? This would be a great time for a return to ship function, huh? Let's fight that boss again. Fuck it. I think that, I have some concerns about this game as far as the retro roulette, the randomizer roulette plan goes. Just fundamentally, right? If this game is full of softlocks and requires even, not even like regular save states and like, manual resets at times to get out of these softlocks, then I don't know how that's gonna work in a randomizer situation wherein there's a couple of games in the hopper being switched to randomly. You know, if we run into a softlock, can we reset? Can we do save state stuff? Maybe our only option in that case would be to throw the game out and be like, okay, well, that's that, you know? We went into a pool of water we shouldn't have gone into, and, well, there you go. There you have it. I think there's a ton of potential here. And, you know, just the basic idea of taking Metroid Fusion but making it open world and making it randomized is beautiful. You know, it takes the problems with the games, you know, the linearity, the being funneled into, like, very specific corridors, and improves it a good deal, but... And I will say also, you know, part of it could be on me. I don't necessarily know, like, how to get to every hidden object, every hidden item. So it could be that it could be that I missed something really obvious, just in a hidden wall somewhere that has exactly the item I need, and I just don't know where it is or where I would check it. This, which of course would be the point at which a functional hit system, which is not implemented yet, would come in handy. Beep boop bop boop. Okay, time to go. And now we can do a quick save again. Okay. I want to see real fast if I can reproduce that glitch. If that happens like multiple times. Oh, fuck it. You know what? I'm already out of there. There's an area over here. Let's go over there and look at it. Oh, this is just a hole to hide in when you are being chased by the SAX. Not something, not where an item is. A hole to hide in. That's right. That's what it is. The only thing I can think is, well, there was the whole area at the bottom of Chapter 1, but or Sector 1, but key items that'll let us do that. Speaking of, this shortcut doesn't actually work yet because we don't have the power bomb. There were some spin attack spots in here, right? Maybe that was one of them. Yeah, that might just be regular stuff. Ooh. I guess you have to go up either this way or the way on the left that we came in on. That's funny. Sometimes you can pass through these guys. Maybe it's the spin attack. And not the fact that they were frozen. You know what it must be? You know what it must be? The spin attack is later in the game than when these guys are typically frozen or like stationary. So you're never expected to have the spin attack at this point in the game. So it doesn't have a... So those hitboxes, they don't interact. Interesting. Man, I wish that this randomizer had some place where I could hop in and be like, hey, here's some feedback, here's some stuff I found. Probably help with a good deal. I'm assuming, I guess I don't know if they might already know this shit. That interaction exists. Hell, they might even say like, yeah, that's how it is out of the box. Screw attack goes through those guys. And if you were to do like a weird skip and get the screw attack first, you would find that would happen even on the base game, so intended. Which, that's fair, but I do think it's a glitch in a version of the game wherein everything is randomized. maybe Sector 4 again? What's Sector 4? I can't remember. No, Sector 4 was the first one we went to. Been to Sector 1. Sector 4 is water. Is there anything we can do now that we have spin attack in Sector 4? No, there's no doors that open due to spin attack in Sector 4. What about Sector 3? That's where we got the screw attack and we sort of exhausted all our options there. Sector 1, there's a whole area, but you can get soft locked there if you're not careful. Sector 2 we've done. Sector 5 is really cold and hazardous. Sector 6 then. Let's see if there's any screw attack stuff we can do here. Do a save. I wanna... You know what? It's nearly time to end, folks. I know I've been going for 5 hours now. And it's not like I can say, like, oh, I'm having a great time. It's like, yeah, I don't know I'm having a great time. But I do really want to keep going. I want to see it through. I got this compulsion, man. Fucking looking at this going like... What? Nah. I'm looking... Must be something up high. There we go. Just the missile tank, though. The GBA games, the GBA Metroids, are certainly, I think, my favorite line of Metroids. Dread is fantastic, to be clear. I know there's a Dread randomizer, which, hey, maybe because Dread is so popular, it's pretty good. You can't exactly play that on a retail Switch, though. And also, I don't know if my PC can handle Switch emulation, so that's not really something I can do. Someone was asking earlier how randomizers work. I do believe that in that case, in like the case of that game, it probably is just like a... What? Screw attack. New area. Oh fuck, I'm reinvigorized, folks. Let's see, a diffusion beam or something could... I mean, I don't think it can be the Varia suit because I did do some moves that broke the logic a little. Why is that one glowing? I think that's the actual power bomb. Let me do a save. What if that's the actual power bomb? It's flashing. What does that mean? Have all of them been flashing? I don't remember them flashing. God, these guys are annoying. Motherfucker. By the way, if you don't know Metroid Fusion, they're blue. No, it's just a tank. Just a tank. I almost would bet you this is a... not a bomb situation, maybe more of a power bomb, or... maybe it's just go for the wall. Nah. Floor? Maybe it's in the floor. Aha! Wide beam. Wait, wide beam? That's the wave beam. Which one is the wide beam? S is the wide beam. Not sure about that, but okay. Well, that's fun. Doesn't really help us much. I don't think there's anything that really unlocks. Despite it being a key item. Boss room? There's no boss. Maybe there's no boss if you enter it from this side. Oh, you know what it is? Maybe you have to see, like, the data chamber. I bet you that's it. Yeah, you have to enter from this side in order for it to be a boss. No boss. Eh. If possible, if somehow I have despawned the boss by beating a certain area first, you know, it'd be nice if the item was just left there. I think this is where you typically get the various suits, so a little confusing that there's just nothing there. Shit. I want to finish exploring this area, and we'll call it. What's with... What the fuck? Camera. Hello? This room is broken. You know what it must be? This must be a chase sequence. But, you know, if you try to go back through it, it's just nothing. It just doesn't work at all. Well... Well, shit, folks. Okay, I'm gonna save. And, folks, I think that's gonna do it for tonight. I did go on probably longer than I should have done. And, really tried to make good on, figuring out where to go. But, yeah. I think this randomizer has a lot of potential. And if given, like... Okay, it has a lot of issues to fix, right? As far as, like... It needs a lot of quality of life changes, first off. It needs, like, a warp to home. It needs, like, a warp to start of sector. It needs either of those things to address the soft lock situation. Either of those things would instantly address the soft lock. Maybe return to last save as well, just for shits and giggles. So that if you soft lock, you can just, you know, return to the save without restarting, without losing your map or any items you found along the way in the locked off areas. Needs that sort of thing added. I think it also needs a more functional hit system that, you know, goes through the logic and figures out, like, okay, here's are the things you have access to right now. You know, maybe it has some sort of tree in the background that's like, okay, here's what you have available, here's what that unlocks, etc., etc. And, it could give hints based on that and say, like, okay, you need to go here to do this. And such a system would improve it a lot and make it so that, you know, as it stands, I feel like if I wanted to find out where exactly I have to go, or if I missed a hidden power-up somewhere that has our next key item in it, if I wanted to find out where that is, I would have to pull up the spoiler guide, the spoiler log, that would just tell me everything. I think it's not exactly satisfying, but I think maybe that'll do it for Metroid Fusion Randomizer. I was thinking originally maybe doing some more on Saturday, but if Saturday was just more like running into dead ends like this, I don't really know how satisfying that would be. Still, we did make a bunch of progress, and ooh, I forgot to mark off that guy. We found a bunch of data, a bunch of moves, and a whole lot of power bombs that we can't use. Maybe we will. I'll look at the... You know what? I might take a peek at the spoiler guide, see if there's like any way of like seeing like what the next thing is I can get. Maybe I'll just look up the Varia suit and I'll figure out how to get there, because if we get there we can open up a bunch more of the game, and that'll probably be enough to complete it. I would guess, I would imagine. I do have one more card. What Splatfest team are y'all on? That's right, I am on team... I'll say I am on Team Grub. Also, that card totally has too much of an edge to it. I must have accidentally paint tooled it by mistake. It's supposed to end at the black. I'm on Team Grub in this Splatfest coming up the next few days. Should be a good time. Been having fun with Splatoon 3. It's been really great. I have not finished the single player yet, but I'm close. I'm in the last world or two, and yeah, just having fun 100%ing the single player, and occasionally playing some multiplayer, though I will say I haven't played any multiplayer in a couple of days because things have been kind of erratic for me recently, sleep schedules, and working on the YouTube channel, which, by the way, again, check out the YouTube channel. Looking through these fucking chat messages. That chat bot. Okay, the Nightbot has said the YouTube thing on occasion, but let me say again, there's a YouTube channel for VODs. Henceforward, soon, will be archived. Let me pull up. Let's step out of here. That thing is making an annoying noise. It's fine. Folks. Here's the regular schedule, again, for those who need it. I will be back again tomorrow at 6 p.m., around 6 p.m., give or take. Might be a little late, might be a little early. I don't know. Depends, really. Thinking we'll be on time, perfectly good tomorrow. There'll be Mario Maker viewer levels, and then again on Monday with viewer levels in GTA. And then we'll see what's in store next week as far as other streams go. I would like to I do have a collab in the works that might be a different day. I have other randomizers I want to try out that might be other days. We'll see. Let me see who's online. Speaking of seeing, let's see who is online and who we can raid. Let's see. ProZD. Where do I know ProZD from? Let me check my notes. ProZD. ProZD. Miscellaneous big streamers. It's only got... Wait, is ProZD the... I'm not sure. Oh yeah, that's the guy from Twitter. The guy who does the very funny things. He only has a couple streamers right now. He must have just started. Yeah, 3 minutes ago even. Yeah, okay, let's raid over to him. Fuck it. I'm not sure if he has You know, he is a big streamer and all, and maybe he has alerts set up where like a rate of 1 won't necessarily register, but sure. I know Pro ZD. It's just that when I saw 3 viewers, I was like, is this guy small? This guy small? I don't remember a small Pro ZD, but no, he's just big. He just started the stream. That's why only 3. Might be more by the time we get there. I think there's 4 right now. Alright, folks. Thanks for joining me, for hanging out, watching me play this game. I think it has potential. I think that Metroid Fusion Open World Randomizer makes a lot of sense, but it needs a lot more quality of life, a lot more soft lock prevention, and some real work around the edges. I'm gonna send you over to ProZD. Hopefully, I mean, I don't know if if we'll get a raid alert with only 1 or 2 viewers, but we'll see. Thank y'all for coming by. I will see you again tomorrow at 6 p.m. Central for Mario Maker 2 viewer levels. Bye, folks.